Commissioner Milne.
Here.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Here.
Chairman North.
Here. Sean, would you mind coming up and leading us in a word of prayer?
Join me in prayer. Father, we want to thank you for this day that you've given to us. We thank you, Father, for waking us up this morning, for giving us life and breath. Father, we thank you that you are not partial, that, Father, you give rain and sunshine to all of us. And, Father, I thank you for these commissioners. I pray for them, Father, that you would bless them and their families. And, Father, I pray that you would give them great wisdom and discernment, Father, in the decisions that have to be made here this afternoon. And, Father, I just pray for everyone involved that, Lord, that the decisions that are made here would be pleasing in your sight. And, Father, I ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Sean. And everybody stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Joan, you and Troy are up. Thank you for being here today.
Chairman North, members of the commission. Troy and I have, what we try to do is alternate each time we meet with you on giving a market update. And so we're going to kind of tag team that today. I believe Troy's giving you a Q2 report. I'm giving you a report on your second quarter investments, which actually ended June of 2025. So we're a little bit late. We're starting into the fourth quarter now. So the market data is a bit dated. So we're going to kind of update that for you, and then we'll each individually give you or on the investments that we have under management. So we'll use the market update that's included in the PFMAM presentation. And so I'll kind of run through that, and then if Troy has anything to add, we can just kind of take some questions and go from there. So keep in mind the information in your packet is for the quarter end June 30. In Q2, the theme was really uncertainty in the market, as you can recall. If we look at current market themes to date, however, the labor market is continuing to show signs of weakening, averaging just about 29,000 jobs added on average over the summer. So low hiring, a lot of that in regard to aging out in the workforce, potential immigration policy, tightening, fiscal tightening, really not seeing the full effects of tariffs yet. So tightening, really adding pressure to the labor market. At the end of June, the Fed remained on hold for cutting rates. They've been on hold since 2024. In July, they held steady, with two of the Fed governors dissenting on that decision. But now that we've seen them take action, we did see a cut in September to change the overnight rate to between 4 and 4.25%, citing rising risks in the labor market. And we'll talk a little bit about the dual mandate for the Fed here in just a moment. Treasury yields in quarter two, we saw them whipsawing a bit with concerns over the budget bill, the debt ceiling, monetary policy. Rates have been trending lower this week with the shutdown and talks of federal layoffs. We'll talk more about that here in just a minute. On the next page of your report, this would be page 5. You can see what was causing some of the uncertainty in the second quarter and really still remains today. So impacts of tariffs have only really started to feed into the consumer prices, and the jobs market is no longer providing that cushion that it had been providing earlier. So you can see this tracking of the effective tariff rate and back from February through July. And the fiscal policy that's kind of adding to the uncertainty in regard to budget, tax reform, funding freezes, debt ceiling, those types of issues. The next page, just to give you kind of some insight into the impacts of the reconciliation bill, you can see over on the left-hand side, Congressional Budget Office estimates on implications of the bill that are adding to the deficit or reducing the deficit, but the total deficit impact of the bill was a deficit of 3.3 trillion. Now, monthly tariff revenue, just to note though, in July of 2024, tariff revenue was bringing in about $7 billion a month, and in July of 2025, that number was 28 billion. So you can see where the tariff revenue is starting to kind of build up toward that, but the overall deficit of the bill still remains at 3.3 trillion. Next page, this really, the Moody's downgrade on May 16th, 2025 really ties into that whole conversation about the deficit. This was not an unexpected downgrade. Large fiscal deficits have led to an increase in government debt and interest payment ratios. So Moody's followed suit with the other two major rating agencies, S&P and Fitch, who had previously downgraded the federal government in 2011 and 2023, respectively. So was not unexpected and did not really have a huge impact on the market at that time. The next page, on page 8, you can kind of see a heat map through Q2 of economic momentum that have really kind of slowed down amid the uncertainty. I just will note there in that third column down, the real GDP quarter over quarter, you can see that at the beginning of 2025 in the first quarter, we did see a negative GDP reading. It did bounce back in second quarter. Two consecutive quarters of a negative GDP reading can indicate the possibility of an onset of a recession. So we didn't see that follow suit in the second quarter, but just something to kind of keep an eye on. I mentioned earlier the Fed's dual mandate, so they are charged with keeping stable prices and maximum employment. Stable prices being measured by inflation. The target rate is 2% for inflation, and maximum employment is really just the most people that can be employed at any given time and still keeping inflation in check. I mentioned the Fed had been on hold since 2024, but in light of rising risks with the unemployment rate, slowing growth in jobs, this led to a cut in September. So if you look over on the left, the core PCE inflation, this is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. In comparison to the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, that's more of a basket of goods that's paid for by consumers. The PCE, the Personal Consumption Index, measures not only things that we buy, but things that are paid for on our behalf, like insurance benefits, education, those types of things. So you can see that that has been ticking up slightly, and in August of 279, in August of 2025, it was 2.9%. And core strips out two of the volatile components of inflation, food and energy. And if you hear the word supercore, that's also stripping out housing. Over on the right-hand side, unemployment rate, you can see that it has also in June, we were looking at a 4.1, July 4.2, August 4.3, so kind of ticking up, and the labor force participation rate has also been declining, which can signal a slowdown in the economy, aging out in the workforce, those types of things.
Jill, I got a quick question for you.
Sure.
And this is something that I've known for a while, but why do they take out some of the most volatile items, i.e. food and fuel, out of the CEP? Because that's our CPI, because that's something that affects everybody directly faster than anything else. And I'm just asking for your opinion. I know that's not something that you make that decision. I know neither one of you
Troy, did you
get to
decide
make that decision, but I'm just curious if you can kind of enlighten us a little bit on why they justify doing that.
Right. I think mostly because it kind of strips out, so to speak, the noise and really gets down to that basket of goods. And those prices are changing very frequently. And also housing is a lagging, the data on housing is very lagging. So if you take that out, you can get much more of a real time estimate of what the actual inflation number is. I don't know, Troy, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I'll be maybe a little more candid. I appreciate Jones
It's just us, so.
taking the high road. They did used to include it. It was done during the Obama administration, and I'm not trying to single out that administration specifically. I do think some of it was political to make the numbers a little softer, but as we all know and Jones discussed, the food and energy is really volatile, so it is a more difficult calculation. So I think it was a partial component of being a political play, but then to try to soften the numbers so they seem a little less volatile when they're presented, right, which dovetails into the political presentation of it.
Okay. Well, that was kind of what my thoughts were along that line, is so it didn't look as bad.
Right, and it obviously, much of what we felt during the inflation of the last few years is food and energy. That is a big
Right.
component, which is not included in that calculation. So
Yeah.
we feel the pain, but we don't necessarily see it in the numbers that are presented.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
No,
Didn't mean
that's
to
a great
interrupt.
question. That's a great question. Moving on to page 10. This is a updated summary of economic projections that comes out quarterly after the Fed meets. And so really the light bars there are showing the previous quarter projections of where we thought GDP, unemployment, inflation would be, Fed funds rate, and then in June, where the projections have moved to. So you can kind of see where we thought that GDP would be going down, it has actually ticked upwards. We've saw unemployment a little bit lower than that 4.5, inflation very close to 3% that was projected for June, and the Fed funds rate was the same at that time. The next page shows the Fed's latest dot plot, which isn't the latest because this is June's, but we do know that in September, the dot plot that came out was still a divided camp. So you have some of the voting governors that are saying 0 cuts. You have another significant portion saying 2 cuts. But there was one dissension at the September meeting, and that would be by Governor Meehan, when the newer governors was calling for actually, what would that have been? 5 cuts. So 125 basis points. So 5 cuts. So really kind of showing that, putting that stake in the ground, saying that rates need to be lower than they are. So we'll get a revised dot plot out shortly. Next page, this just really indicates the Treasury volatility that can really happen when things are happening in the world and in the economy. So if you go back to April, thinking about reciprocal tariffs, Liberation Day, so to speak, you can see the volatility in the Treasury market, intraday trading and where it closed off. In May, we saw a strong payrolls report. You can see the reaction there, the Moody's downgrade, not really much. Global conflicts can really create a lot of trading volatility, especially with the 2-year Treasury. And yields today closed very close to where they were at the end of the quarter, with the exception, of course, of the overnight rate, which is lower. On the next page, this shows really the range of the Treasury yield curve over the past year. And so the shaded area shows the 1-year range. The dark blue line is the end of June and where we were the previous quarter. I will note that as today, if you look at the 2-year Treasury yield, at the end of June was 3.72 and today is 3.66. So 10-year is 4.17, just slightly under where we were in June, and the 30-year at 4.75. So investors' expectations of still higher inflation and higher borrowing costs, they're expecting those to remain elevated for a period of time. On page 14, you can look at the spreads. Narrowing has helped performance. This is really looking at different sectors that we consider for your portfolio and where they were in regard to U.S. Treasuries. And so you see there in that February, March, April timeframe, we did see spreads widen out in regard to U.S. Treasuries, which created some opportunity in those sectors. As the spreads narrow in, I mean, when the spreads are tight, you're still getting absolute yield from your older holdings, which still beat sometimes the new issue prices. So one thing that I will talk a minute when I go over specifically the performance in your portfolio, we'll talk more about corporates and your decision to add corporates into your investment policy. I'll go ahead and skip pretty quickly over slide 15 and 16. But 15 shows really 1 year out on the sector yield spreads for federal agencies, corporate notes, mortgage-backed securities, and agency-backed securities. And page 16 really just kind of narrows that in for the quarter. So you can see up there on the upper right-hand side where we talk about corporate notes, that widening there that you see, the bump up in the yellow line, it provides a good opportunity to add those securities to an investment portfolio. The fixed income index excess returns on page 17. You can see again the different types of securities that are available to you and kind of where we were seeing value over the quarter and year to date and 1 year. You can see that federal agencies really aren't adding much value at the time, really growing concerns, investor concerns around, federal regulations and things like that. On page 18, the fixed income index total returns for Q2. Again, if you look over to the gray bar, you can see the U.S. Treasury and the other 4 types of securities as compared to the Treasury. Factors to look at over the next 6 to 12 months. We're really, because of the uncertainty, just kind of in a holding neutral pattern. I mean, not really one way or another on anything, except I would say that labor markets are starting to move more toward the slightly negative, the cooling off, the modest job gains that we've seen over the summer. The fixed income commentary just gives you a little bit more specific information about each type of security that was considered for your portfolio. And looking into 3Q, which we've just now wrapped up, you can see if you move your eyes about 2/3 of the way down the page, on page 22 to corporates, you'll see, again, we've seen the multi-year lows in the corporate spreads. So that's why you're seeing the slightly negative there to kind of the neutral aspect of that adding value. So I'll wrap up there on the market update. Troy, anything that you'd like to jump in here and add?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to just add a couple things to Joan's commentary here. She did mention that we're kind of going forward, we're going to be kind of in a flat space. As far as yields are concerned, the Fed meets again here at the end of the month. The markets are expecting about a 91% probability that they will do another rate cut. So we would anticipate another 25 basis points reduction. However, looking out over the long term into even the end of 2027, beginning of 2028, the markets look like the 5-year Treasury is going to be about where it is now. So though we're expecting a cut, it kind of is congruent with what Joan was saying. We're kind of in this space where we expect yields. This is kind of where we're going to be going forward. She mentioned unemployment. It is worth noting that unemployment usually comes out on the first Friday of the month. Due to the government shutdown, the unemployment for September was not released. Indications this week have said that the numbers would not have looked very good. So we don't know how dismal they would have been, but we're still kind of in the space of not knowing where we're going to be going forward. So I will just, those are a couple. Wyoming unemployment also is 2.7%. So in terms of 4.2, 4.3% on the national level, Wyoming's in a really good space right now. So I want to add that in there. But I think Joan covered most all of it. Just want to add those couple bullet points.
And I will say too, we talked a lot about the dual mandate, that the Fed, is data dependent to make their decisions on whether to leave the overnight rate, increase it, or decrease it. So really, they are really flying blind right now because there won't be any BLS data that will be released more than likely before they meet on the 28th and 29th of October. Even if the government were to reopen like next week, those releases would take time to be put together. So they're going to be flying a little bit blind. There are some private payroll numbers that do come out that they can look at. Those are not as heavily relied upon as the BLS data. So a little bit of an uncertain time with the shutdown. And, typically in times of a government shutdown, it starts to impact the GDP. So 0.1, 0.2% per day typically, which is usually recouped once those federal workers go back to work and get their pay back. I think the uncertain part of it now is that will there be layoffs? Will all of them actually go back to work? And will they actually recoup all of the pay that they didn't get during the shutdown period? So some kind of unknowns as this shutdown kind of looms and moves into a longer period of time. So now we can go into our individual reports. Troy, you want to go first? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Flip a coin or something like that. All right, well, I'll move into so this will be on page 23 of the same packet that we were just looking at. Again, I did fail to introduce myself earlier. I believe I know all of you, but Joan Evans. I'm a director with PFM Asset Management from Cheyenne, and it's a pleasure to be here today to go over your portfolio results for the second quarter of 2025. If you look on page 24, this is a summary of the funds that we have under management for you in a managed portfolio. We typically kind of categorize these as the hospital funds. So funds that you invested with PFM Asset Management post sale of that property. In addition to the total market value of the portfolio, you also have just over $6 million in a liquid fund with the Wyoming Government Investment Fund that is also managed by PFM Asset Management. So total altogether, just over $51 million there. And that $6 million is earning interest really tied to the overnight Fed funds rate. If you look over at the right-hand side, or here under the left-hand top section, you'll see the market value of your portfolio and the effective duration and the benchmark duration. So as I mentioned earlier, with spreads being so tight, we're really sticking very close to duration right now to give ourselves the opportunity to take advantage of a sector that starts to show value for your portfolio. So really, we are right on top of the benchmark right now. We are benchmarking this portfolio against the 0 to 5 year Treasury index. And so your yield at market would be the yield that you bought the securities, and your yield at cost would be as if we went out and bought everything for you today. You can see the credit quality of your portfolio is AA. According to state statute, that has to be at least an A-. Over on the right-hand side, you'll see your sector allocation. And what I want to draw your attention to here is the kind of gold shaded bar that says corporate. So as you recall, you changed your investment policy last spring to be able to include corporate notes, which are eligible by Wyoming state statute to be added into your portfolio. You set your maximum allocation for the portfolio at that time at 20%. And so right at the end of Q2, you had 10%. And keep in mind that spreads were pretty narrow. The policy wasn't changed until May, so you missed out on some of that spread widening that was seen around Liberation Day, but there was also some opportunity more toward the end of Q2. But with spreads being close to multi-year lows, we're just really selectively adding corporates right now. I think we're up to about 13% now in Q3. I would say that it would always be a good idea to, as you get a comfort level with having corporate notes into your portfolio, to consider bumping up that allocation to 25, maybe 30%, to give more latitude to the portfolio managers to really add something that's going to create more value for you. When those allocations are very small, sometimes it limits the issuers that we can add to your portfolio at that time. Over in the lower left, you can see the credit quality of the securities in your portfolio. And again, I mentioned the duration distribution over on the bottom right-hand side. So as you can see, just really right on top of that benchmark duration. On page 25, you'll see the issuer diversification. We've got quite a bit at the end of Q2 in U.S. Treasuries. That's what we, our portfolio managers always refer to as the dry powder. So that makes it possible for them to buy something where they see value if they're able to trade in those treasuries and purchase a corporate note or some other security where they see value. So you can kind of see the allocation there, and you can see all of the corporate notes that you hold under the corporate section. This just on page 26, it further breaks out the sector allocation review. It compares back 1 year, so September 2024 through June of 2025. You can see kind of the movement and the ebb and flow of the securities within your portfolio and the decisions that have been made, bringing it all around full circle to 100%. And you can see there in June where that corporate note, the gold bar, was actually introduced for the first time. On the next page, 27, just another way to show your activities. Again, bringing in the corporate notes into your portfolio and then the trade activity in treasuries. We continue to see value, even though we did not have a lot of agency CMBS purchases. We hold a lot of that, the commercial mortgage-backed securities in your portfolio, and so they have been able to add value and attributed to the performance that you've seen in the second quarter. Page 28, again, just a depiction of your net activity and putting some dollar signs behind that. So on page 29, you can see your portfolio performance. You can see your interest earned, your change in market value for the last quarter, for the last year, and since inception on the portfolio. The portfolio earned 1.42% during the second quarter of 2025, and the benchmark was 1.28, so exceeded the benchmark by 14 basis points. You can see over on the right-hand side, since inception, 27 basis points over the benchmark. Let's see, where are we here? Page 31, you can see the accrual-based earnings. So this, starts you out in April of 2024 when we first started the portfolio to today. These are, actual earnings that you've had on your funds. You can really look at that as, I believe, a success for all of you, having a vision, developing a strategy, working with investment advisors to professionally manage these funds to not only keep your funds safe as government funds, but help you seek out the best return possible and still keep your investment core safe. You can see your issuer distribution on page 32. Again, heavily concentrated into treasuries and then into your corporate notes as well. So that wraps up the report. I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
How much money have we made having invested with your firm from start to today?
Chairman North, Commissioner Laird, if you want to look on page, let's see, where are we here? 30 or 29, actually. You can see the market value basis earnings. So this takes into consideration any changes in market value. So your total dollar return, $2.9 million since inception.
What would the percentage be on the money?
If you look down below, you'll see the total return on the portfolio was 5.66.
Is that still on page 29?
Yes. Kind of toward the lower end of the page.
6%.
Correct.
I saw something related to minus on something. I was asking a question about that. Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nicolason.
while waiting for that, I had a question. Joan, you acknowledged that we're now into the fourth quarter. Going back to some of the indicators that are in this report for the end of Q2, can you just give us a summary of how things are looking, whether it's factors to consider for 6 to 9 months and whether those black dots have changed on page 19? You don't have to address anything too specifically, but just kind of bring us up to date,
Sure.
knowing that we'll get a final written report later.
You'll still see preliminary numbers for your Q3 report are still strong. Again, the allocation of commercial mortgage-backed securities has really kind of helped carry some value into your portfolio, even though, as I've mentioned, several times, that the spreads are at their multi-year lows right now. So we're not seeing a lot of opportunity to add value to your portfolio with corporate notes or really anything. I mean, we're just really kind of writing things right now, but we do have the ability, through the allocation of U.S. Treasuries that we have, that when spreads do start to widen out and, the market goes through cycles, so we will see that, then we will be able to take advantage of whatever opportunities present themselves in the market. But through the end of Q3, you'll still see a strong report when I get back to you here in another month or two.
Great. So it's page 30. 4Q 2024, I see minuses there. Would you just explain that to me?
Okay, this particular, I believe this one is on your, that particular page, Mr. Chairman, I don't think should be in there. Because really, we only have the one portfolio with you. So we're looking at what is on page 29. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Laird, that you need to be looking at page 29.
Well, I'm looking at page 30.
Yes, and I'm telling you that should not be in there.
Shouldn't.
It's not in regard to your holdings. So your holdings are, they're showing up on page 29.
It says Natrona County at the top.
Yes, I believe it is an error, Mr. Chairman. I will get back to you on that and clarify.
Let's say that it isn't an error. Explain it to me if it isn't an error.
I don't believe it's in regard to your portfolio, Commissioner Laird.
Does anybody proofread these things before they send them to us?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I apologize.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Thank you. Joan, I'm looking at page 29 and then comparing it to page 30. I do see some of the same numbers. For example, interest earned 271,068. I see that on both pages, but what I'm seeing for negatives are third quarter 2024. That's on the farthest to the right column, and then we work back so that the current is
Correct.
Q2 2025's.
And if you recall, I believe what this might be referring to is we did have a quarter where there were trades over the end of the quarter, and we addressed it at that time in a finance committee meeting where we saw a negative return because there was a trade over a quarter end. And so what I think page 30 is doing is breaking these out by quarter versus the 3-month, 1 year. Of course, we haven't had the portfolio 3 years or 5 years, so we just have the since inception. And if you look at the page 30, it's more of a micro look at it. And so my apologies for getting kind of wrapped around the axle here. But so if you look back to Q4 and you see that of 2024, I believe that was because of that trade that was over the quarter, but I'm happy to confirm that for you.
You left me speechless. Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nicolason.
um, Joan, you mentioned perhaps in the future, as we're more comfortable with corporates, that we increase our cap, from 20 to something higher, 25, 30%. I think commonly corporates are seen as more risky. So of course we need to be mindful of adding risk that isn't warranted to our portfolio. Can you speak just for 60 seconds or so on maybe what some of your other clients in similar situations, counties, cities, are doing at their corporate percentage caps?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Nicolason. Yes, we have at least 2 other clients that we work with here in Wyoming that do have corporates allowed within their portfolios. I will say that both of them started out about where you are, about at the 20% threshold. And then as they started to see benefits within their portfolio, they started to bump that up. Usually the comfort level rests right around 30% for a maximum threshold. I don't think we have a client that goes up to 35 right now. But all usually start out smaller, and then they start to see that there are opportunities and that the portfolio managers are only going to be adding those when they see value. Also, you can look to the statutes on permittable investments that the State Loan and Investment Board has approved, and there's some very tight parameters around what can be added. So all of the corporates have to be investment grade. There's a limit on issuers, so you can't have more than 5% with one issuer, all kinds of different things like that to really limit your exposure to a downgrade. I believe when you wrote the policy, I suggested that you have a downgrade provision in your policy in case something that you hold is downgraded, which is, pretty unusual for the investment grade corporate universe. So all of that the credit quality of your portfolio still has to remain at an A-. Yes.
I will say they did a very good job of presenting that down at Waco.
Oh, thank you.
That was something that the handouts and everything else were. That was a good presentation, and I do appreciate that. So that helped out a little bit. So.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I will add, even though it's not part of the presentation today, that the State Loan and Investment Board did approve language that has been added to the state's permissible investment policy for the provision for you to invest in equities. Again, that language provides quite a bit of sideboards, as we talked about at the presentation at Waco. And so if you would like a further presentation on that for your consideration in the future, we'd be happy to do that for you so that you can start to think about if that's something you want to set aside or something you want to think about for the future.
Joan, how does our investment policy compare to what the current regulations are in the changes?
Mr. Chairman, so your investment policy does not include any language about permitted investments in regard to equities. That language was just adopted by the State Loan and Investment Board on August 7th. So if you wanted to go down that road and develop a strategy for investing a particular portion of your reserves equities, we would need to modify your investment policy to reflect the language that's in the state code. And then you would, start to think about a strategy, which the percentages have been set in that language as far as the liquid funds that you have available in comparison to your overall budget. You can only have a certain percentage of your holdings be invested in the equity space.
Okay.
But your policy does not have any provision for that currently.
Okay.
And I've talked for a long time, so.
Go ahead, Troy.
Thank you, Chairman North. I'd like to thank Joan, first of all, for taking the brunt of the work today. When we started this experiment a year and a half or so ago, it was kind of a different experiment for all of us involved. But Joan and I have developed a good cordial relationship over the time. So we kind of tag team, and we had an agreement that we just kind of alternate on the economic portion. And so we agreed that she would offer the economic update today. So what I'm going to share with you is specifically on the investments that we manage, and there's several pools, if you will. So mine will be much shorter since Joan covered the bulk of the economic part. Again, I'm Troy Hunsucker. I'm with Peaks Investment Management, also the marketing and distribution agent for Wyoming Class, which is a local government investment pool. Just to give you guys a background, I've been working with the county since 2007, and that relationship has evolved to where it is now. So I thank you for the opportunity to present today. The first portion I do want to touch on is the hospital funds and the longer term investments. We've provided you guys the most recent statement. I'm going to do kind of a year to date for you if you would like. And it's really relatively simple. When we started, a lot of the funds were in Wyoming Class, and over time we have moved them to longer term positions with Peaks Investment Management. Your current portfolio is sitting at just under $55 million for the hospital funds. 91% of that is in AAA rated investments, and then the other 9% is AA rated. As Joan mentioned, those are legal for via Wyoming statute. The discrepancy there between the AAA and the AA, ironically, the AA is actually the Treasury component, and the agencies, though they are backed by the federal government, still maintain AAA rating. So one of the things that we've discovered as we've gone through this, Joan's investment portfolio is focused more on corporates, as she has discussed, and mortgage-backed CMOs, those types of things. Our portfolio is composed entirely of treasuries and agencies. So with that in mind, our two portfolios actually complement each other because you're getting the full basket of investments available to you up until August, the August decision by SLIB with the equities. So you're getting a combination of treasuries, agencies, corporates, mortgage backs. So the two portfolios, I believe, actually complement each other very well. As I said, you're just under $55 million there in the peak side of things. You're currently getting a 4.4% yield, and your income projected for this year will be $2.435 million. In the beginning, when we started this last year, some of our focus was on callable agencies at the time. The reason for that was we expected we could generate higher yield. In fact, at some point we were getting investment component or pieces of investments that were generating 6% or more. As interest rates have gone down in the last year and a half, obviously those positions have called, and we have shifted our focus to longer term, non-callable, some more in the treasury space. Keeping our duration around 3.2 years. So, as I mentioned previous, we expect that over the next couple years, even with the reduction of the interest rates per the Fed, that the treasury market is going to stay relatively flat. So kind of where we are is what we'd expect for at least the next couple years. So it's kind of a what you see is what you get scenario. I'll shift quickly to the Wyoming Class component. There's several buckets there as well. Your general fund in Wyoming Class right now is $5.82 million in it. And in Wyoming Class currently is paying 4.1%. So this is, again, a liquid type investment for you that offers you liquidity. You can pull money out of this at any time. Whereas the longer term investments like Joan has discussed in the portion in Peaks are longer term investments. So your yield is going to be lower, but the accessibility is immediate. So your general fund, there's about $5.82 million. To date, you've earned $183,700 change. We have kept a portion per your instructions for the hospital funds in Wyoming Class. We have shifted the bulk of the hospital funds into your more permanent type funds, but there still is a balance of just under $30.2 million in the hospital funds within Wyoming Class. To date, you've earned $1.192 million in the hospital funds with respect to Wyoming Class. Your Natrona County Emergency Cash Reserve has $8.474 million in it.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question before
Yes,
we
you
leave
bet.
hospital funds. There's a withdrawal on September 30th, the 327,000. What was that?
Yeah,
for?
Chairman North, Commissioner Nicolason. Yeah, so what's happened over time, we've been taking money out of the Wyoming class and putting into your longer term funds. So we've been selectively doing it when there are opportunities that we see to add extra value. We'll just simply remove money from Wyoming class. And correct. Yeah, so there's no, you don't have any less funds that are just shifted from one pot to another. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So Troy, what is the liquidity of these funds? I mean, if you've got them in the long term, I understand the treasury bonds and some of the other stuff that's a little easier to get to. But with these longer term bonds, what is the liquidity on those in case the county needs that funding?
Yeah, sure. I appreciate the question, Chairman North. The Government Finance Officers Association sets out a best practices, and they specify safety is the most important concern when it comes to taxpayer dollars, followed by liquidity and then yield. Safety is addressed because the Wyoming statute says that you're allowed to invest in these for various reasons. In terms of treasuries and agencies and even CDs, they have the backing of the federal government in some capacity. So the safety is really covered. Liquidity is the next part of that equation, and that's what you're asking about here. So even though you own treasuries with a specified maturity or agencies with a specified maturity 2, 3, 4, 5 years out, there is an active market every day where if you need access to that cash, you could sell that position if you needed to. Obviously, the Wyoming class portion is liquid, daily liquidity. Again, paying 4.1%, but you can put money in today, take it out tomorrow. So if you guys ever find yourselves in a position where you need to access cash relatively quickly, my recommendation would be from the Wyoming class portion. But you can always access the treasuries and agencies as well because there's an active market for that as well.
And I know you take a hit when you sell early.
Not necessarily. It depends. The 30,000 foot overview of bonds are when a bond is issued, it's issued at a price of par, and then it trades in the secondary market until the maturity date of that bond. The price or the value of that bond can fluctuate over that time due to various market conditions and so forth. So the bond price could go down. You might sell it at less than par. You might sell it at less than what you bought it for, but you've generated interest over that period of time. Conversely, you could sell it at a gain. So if it comes to a point where you need to sell a specific, sell something in your longer term investments, that's something where an investment advisor like ourselves or like Jones Company is going to go through and we're going to find the best investment to say, hey, this is the portion that we think we would sell because you wouldn't incur a loss. I've been doing this for 17 years now, 18 years, I apologize. And I've seen where counties, Lincoln County is a good example. They've got the coal mine, and there was a period there where they were kind of dialing back some of their investments because they had to do some bridge work that goes from the highway to the mine, and there was a debate whether the state was going to pay for it or the mining company or the county. And they actually did sell some investments. They sold one in particular below what they purchased it for, but the interest they had made over that amount of time offset that, so they still came out ahead. In the 18 years that I've been doing this, I've never once seen a local government sell a position and take a loss on it of long-term funds like that. So the liquidity is there, you're accessible to do it.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because what the state did.
Yeah.
With one of their investment bonds that it did affect us quite a bit.
In terms of like the Wildstar too.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
And that's the reason why I'm asking. I just want to make sure that everybody understands, where we're at and why we're doing what we're doing. So
Yeah.
that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
So,
Everything here that we have and everything that you have with Joan is liquid. I think what you have between the two of us is not just us, but entire firms behind us that specialize in this. My firm manages close to 200 billion. Hers manages, I think, close to 100 billion. So you've got a lot of expertise behind that, and we're just kind of the pretty faces. So there's a lot of brain power behind what we do. So
well,
I think you're.
Joan smiled about that, but I'd say you smile about that.
So, well, she's a prettier face than me. So, yeah, but it is all liquid.
Commissioner Laird.
So he mentioned something that's still a little raw in my mind, which is the $4 million we lost at the very beginning of this. So it makes me very curious about what you just said about losing money in that way. Can you explain what's your opinion of why we lost that money?
Yeah, sure. Just a quick overview of Bonds 101, if I may. When bonds are issued, as I said, they're issued at a price of par, which is $100. In the bond market, we leave off the last zero. So bonds are issued in pieces of $1,000. So $1,000 is, or excuse me, 1,000 bonds is $1 million. The prices fluctuate. And so rule number one in Bonds 101 is price and yield move in opposite directions. Okay. So what happened is we went through COVID, interest rates went to zero. A lot of bonds were being issued at the time at very low interest rates. We were selling agency bonds at 0.5% interest, and that was a 5-year bond. So a lot of investment managers, in fact, most investment managers had never lived through a period like that, right? So it was a very unique situation. Coming out of COVID, then we experienced, after 40 years, the highest interest rates we've seen in quite some time, and interest rates rose at a rapid rate. So as interest rates rise, the price of bonds drop. And so investment managers, including Wildstar 1 and 2, and investment managers worldwide had bought these longer term bonds at low interest rates. Interest rates went up, the value of these bonds went down. What happened in the summer of 22 with Wildstar 2 is interest rates started to go up. They were sitting on a lot of bonds that were longer term at low interest rates, and a lot of money was flowing out. It was flowing out organically because local governments realized there were a lot of other alternatives, local banks, various other places that they could put money and generate higher yield. So similar to what happened in the spring in March when we saw Silicon Valley Bank, Silvergate, First Republic, Credit Suisse, a lot of money left, and the investment managers down in Cheyenne were forced to sell bonds at a loss. And those losses then were distributed to the participants.
So I know this is a junior question. Who got our $4 million?
No one,
It just doesn't go up in air. It has to go somewhere.
much like the price of a stock goes down, and no one got the $4 million. Again,
The $4 million is hard, cold cash.
Mhm.
Where does it go?
So I'm going to go back to the beginning. The price and yield move in opposite directions. The value of those bonds when the interest rates went up, the value of those bonds dropped, and they were sold at a loss. So nobody got it. Much like back to the 2008 crisis in real estate, when people were selling their homes at losses, the value had dropped.
Why I'm smiling is this.
Mhm.
That was hard money that we got when they sold the hospital. And so the $4 million was used to purchase these bonds. So somebody got that $4 million. Then, when they decided we had to sell that for whatever they got out of that, somewhere that money went somewhere. It just doesn't dissipate into the air waves. It goes somewhere.
Yeah.
And then when you get an explanation from various kinds of people, I don't know that they really know where that money went. But it went somewhere. We paid money out of the money we had, just like supposedly we have this money. I guess you could, if we got COVID again or something, we could come in here and have no money. Then I'd be saying, where is our 5 million? So what I'm trying to figure out is what we can do more than we've done to protect our money. Because I hear what you're saying. But if anybody listens to this, any normal person, they're all going to wonder, where did this 4 million go? And they just don't buy, well, it's just blah, 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 stock went down. That money went somewhere. It first went to somebody to begin with. to get this piece of paper that then we were told later is not worth, it's not worth what you paid for.
What you paid for,
Now,
correct.
so you bought a worthless piece of paper, basically. That's what we ended up with, because everybody said, well, we lost $4 million. So I don't see how we ever make that money back anyway. People say, oh yeah, you can make it back, but if we hadn't lost the 4 million, we'd have 4 million plus the interest that 4 million would have made in the pot now. So it's not a money that can be made back ever. And I keep hearing people, well, we made that money back. No, we really didn't. That money went somewhere. Because if I'd have had the same 4 million, our little pot of money would be worth a lot more. It'd be worth whatever interest we've made so far, plus the 4 million.
Certainly. Mhm.
Which is just now, it's evaporated. And it's like it's a forgotten thing. It isn't forgotten in my mind because that money went somewhere. Somebody got that money. Period. And then they said, well, COVID did this, and COVID killed a lot of people, and COVID cost you to lose all this money. Well, where did it go? Claims.
Yeah. Chairman Noah?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll follow up on that. First thing I want to say is one of the things that happened then, Commissioner Laird, is the county had a significant chunk of money in one pot, WildStar 2, right? Which through no fault of your own or any of the commissioners or any of the local governments out there, people had the kind of the perspective that the state was running it, that it was backed in some capacity, which it's not, as you're well aware. One of the things that I think, to the credit of all of the commissioners here and commissioners from the past as well, one of the things you've done going forward is you have taken that pot of money, and yes, there was a loss in the beginning, but you have diversified that now in several different pots. Joan and I are effectively two different pots, right? And then even with us, Joan has the Wyoming Government Investment Fund, which is a separate pool of funds that is liquid. And then you have the long-term investments with her. And then you have funds in Wyoming class, which is a liquid fund, completely separate of Wyoming Government Investment Fund. And then you have longer term. So you've taken those funds that came from WildStar 2 and put them in 4 separate pots now. So you're much more diversified now, to the credit of the commissioners here, to hedge against any type of crises going forward. Now, to go back to your original question, and I understand what you're saying, someone got that money. That's correct. So what happens mechanically is the county gives money to the state treasurer's office, and then they buy investments inside WildStar 1 and 2. Those investments they buy can be, I've seen their portfolios, it's a myriad of investments, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, corporate bonds, various things. But the value of those investments did drop.
Is there any protection from losing money in the way you're saying we lost money? Would there was any protection we could have had then?
Yeah, certainly. I can speak to the portion that I manage, and Joan, I'm sure, will touch on hers as well. So in terms of, let's do one at a time. So in terms of Wyoming class, so Wyoming class is a local government investment pool. What we do is we pool money together from local governments, and then we buy investments inside of that pool. The investments that we bought, there's hundreds of different types of investments. The pool is AAA rated by Standard & Poor's. So what that means is Standard & Poor's says not only do we have to buy specific, you have to meet the requirements of the Securities Exchange Commission, but you have to take it to a higher standard and not just stay within the parameters, but keep an even greater standard of care on the investments. And so by being AAA rated, we go through a shock test or a stress test every month. And that test does exactly what you're saying. If COVID were to happen again, or interest rates were to fluctuate, and a client was going to pull out $100 million, what happens to the pool? Will it stay solvent, and will there be a change in yield? The answer is no. That is what allows us to pass that stress test and allows us to maintain the
Why
AAA
didn't
rating.
we have that for the money we lost?
WildStar 1 and 2 are not AAA rated. They are not rated at all by the ratings agencies. They would not qualify by definition of the ratings.
So if you'd have worked for us in those times, would you have advised us to put money in that fund?
And WildStar 1 or 2?
Wasn't rated?
No, not at all. I would not.
Do you know why we put that money in that fund?
Again, I can't speak for the commissioners, but I do think that there was an overall understanding throughout the entire state with local governments that it was a safe place to put funds because they felt the state backed it.
If I hired you as my expert and I would have been on the commission and I would have said, should we buy these funds, what would you have told me?
In terms of Wildstar 1 or 2, I would not go there. They're not rated. I would say the Wyoming Government Investment Fund, a much safer place. Wyoming Class is a much safer place as well.
So you're saying in this deal, you two are handling, we can't lose money like we lost in those other wild stars. Is that what you're telling me?
One of the rules we're taught when we learn,
That's just yes or no.
you can always lose money. Yes, there's no guarantee.
Mr. Chairman, and Troy, I think I have an example that might help. And I apologize that I lost my footing for a moment on your report, and I'd like to go back to it, but I think this is very timely because I realize what on page 29 and on page 30, what was going on. So I want to draw your attention because this is exactly what Troy just in the Bonds 101. When interest rates go up, the market value of your investments, if you're in a fixed income portfolio, go down. So if you look back to page 30 on the PFMAM report, that was 4 quarters of performance of your portfolio. On page 29, it was by quarter, year, and since inception. So page 30 was a micro look into 4 different quarters. In the fourth quarter of 2024, you did see a negative return because interest rates went up. And so you had a change in market value of your portfolio. That was a negative change in market value.
So now you're reversing what you told me earlier.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Laird, I am reversing it. I apologize for losing my footing. I got myself confused and I am now correcting my statement. If you look at page 30, this is a quarter by quarter breakout. On page 29, it's a quarter, year, and since inception. But that micro quarter of 4Q 2024 shows what happened. If you would have changed course at that time and sold the securities in that portfolio or potentially something, in another fixed income portfolio, you would have had a market loss. You had an unrealized loss because it remained invested. And as you can see, in the next quarter, your returns were positive. In the next quarter, your returns are positive. So when you lost your funds in Wildstar 2, you were seeing unrealized losses. Rates had gone up, not rated. Not sure what the strategy was there. But if you sell when you have an unrealized loss, you will lose money.
So let me say, Mr. Hunsaker, if you were our expert at that time, and you saw that stock had gone down like it did, or bonds, or whatever it was, would you have advised us to sell it all and get out of there and take that loss?
Chairman North.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Laird. So, in terms of pools, which is what Wildstar 1 and 2 are, and Wyoming Class and Wyoming Government Investment Fund, the value of the pool maintains $1, what we call a net asset value. The value of the pool does not drop. So the investments inside of it might change in value, and that's what happened in terms of the summer of 2022. So I would not advise to pull all your money out. I wouldn't have advised to put all the money in there. Again, my biases aside is doing this, clearly in some level, we compete with Wildstar 1 and 2.
Yep.
It's an apples and oranges comparison. Knowing what I know now, being in this business for 18 years, I would 100% recommend people local governments put their money into funds that are AAA rated and have some type of backing, some type of scrutiny from a ratings agency that pours through those investments in the pool.
Yeah.
Let me, and if I may dovetail on that.
We're running behind, so
Totally fair.
need to kind of wrap
Well, I think
everything
that we
up.
should keep
So,
going because I don't want to fall into the same problem
Well-
again with the public's money. Lost $4 million And now I'm getting a little more of an understanding of it, because it's like when my grandfather told me one time he had $500 in the bank and he went to get it. He said, "Sir, we don't have it. John Dillinger came here and stole all our money." And he didn't get anything.
Mr. Chairman.
So now I just don't want to go through that again. And so I really appreciate what you're saying, because it's giving me information that I can use to better understand this, because I don't consider myself an expert in any of this. I consider the two of you experts. So sometimes these conversations can get a little upside down, a little concluded, but I'm not blaming you two for losing that money. I just want to make sure we're not in a similar situation, and you've explained that to me, and I appreciate it. I think I understand it, so thank you both very much.
You bet, you bet.
Okay, all right. All right,
I think we were talking about the Wyoming class funds. Yeah, and then I think we just had, I think I covered the Natrona County Emergency Gas Reserve, the 8.47, and then the airport control tower funds, 1.28 million balance. Earned income year to date, $40,407. And then the last piece is the ad valorem tax loan, 1.258 million, interest earned or income earned, $39,734 to date. So that covers it in a nutshell. And I would like to take this opportunity, if I may, just to close, to share with all of you commissioners. I can speak for myself. I am available. Everyone here has my contact information. Happy to talk one-on-one about, and I'm sure Joan would do the same. Between the two of us, we serve several hundred local governments in the state of Wyoming. As I said, my company manages $195 billion with 16,000 local governments as participants. Been doing it for 40 plus years. In that time, not a single penny has ever been lost. Joan can speak to the credentials of her company as well, but it's very much in the same mark. So, Commissioner Laird, I certainly feel your pain. Happy to share more with you offline, one-on-one, to answer any more questions, make you feel comfortable. I think the direction where the commissioners are headed now is a very good place, because you've taken that one pot of money and spread it out into multiple pots now and diversified and hedged. So I think it's a much safer place where you are now than you were a few years ago.
I appreciate y'all coming in and
Yes,
going
and-
through this. I really do.
Thank you,
And
Chairman North. And taking the step 2 years ago to go to RFP and hire a fiduciary, you hired investment advisors that are acting on your behalf as a fiduciary. We are obligated to do what's in your best interest, develop a strategy, and stick to it. So you're to be commended for taking that step, and you'll see the benefits of that.
Well, I appreciate your time, and I appreciate what you're doing for us as far as the investments for the county and the state as far as that goes. So with that, Commissioner Nickel. Okay.
No, I was going to thank, we went well over time today, but thank you very much for all the helpful information.
All right. Thanks. Okay. Mr. Coroner, you're up.
Good afternoon, Chairman North, Commissioners. I'll be brief. All this is just a clarification of what you folks want to do in respect to our indigency application process. As I reported to you the last time that I was here, that's in full swing. We are on the policy that was created by the board here for the indigency program. However, when we took basically our first application, the question came up, how do you guys want to process that, in that Do you want to review every application in open forum here? Do you want to have the families come in and present to you, which would be a big problem? Or my recommendation would be to utilize the MOU that I currently have with you, under Section B of that MOU, where I would vet all of these and then pass that packet on to you, basically to sign outside of the open meetings here.
I personally believe that that would be the best option. Madam Attorney, did you have a recommendation?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So with respect to the MOU that the coroner is referring to, Section A, there's a paragraph in Section A, and there's Section B, but with respect to Section A, in preparing for the final disposition of a decedent, the coroner shall also prepare an internal indigent unclaimed packet to be provided to the board. This packet shall include, but is not limited to, a funeral home's invoice for services. The BOC shall then reimburse the funeral home. At the end of the fiscal year, the BOCC shall seek reimbursement for any payments made through the Wyoming Board of County Commissioners Association. Do you have, I guess, more specific questions regarding that, or?
So basically what we've done in the past on some of these others, I'm just thinking of the tax rolls and other things where we do that, where we actually put that on our consent. You approve it, you're already authorized to go through and put the packet together. When we get the packet, we put it on the consent agenda. We have the opportunity to look through it and then take care of it.
Correct. And I would remind the board that nothing has changed in the way that we've done this, even prior to the policy that was created, except for the fact that we've now added this application for families who desire to claim that decedent, so that they can work on getting that decedent back. We've always, done this packet. We've always done all this kind of stuff. The only thing that's changed is we now, in some of these cases, have that application, and I would like to keep that process the same and not muddle it up. And just pass that entire packet on to you for approval as always.
Any other? Yeah, we need to do something so we have it officially on record as far as what we're going to do. But I think we ought to do it similarly to what we've done others, where you're still filling it out. You're doing all the background check and all that work that's associated with it. Now we're doing is just approving it when it comes to us, and we don't need to have all the hearings, in my personal opinion. So yes, I will entertain.
Correct, and that was the purpose of that MOU. That MOU was in place prior to the policy even, but it does allow, with agreement with the board here, for me to go ahead and do that vetting.
Okay.
Well, I would make a motion to accept the recommendation that the coroner has made with respect to these applications for indigents, and that the application be filled out, that the coroner review them, approve or disapprove, and present them to us. I'd want to know if something was disapproved where it might be possible we disagree with you for some reason. So that's my motion. Did I state it well enough for you?
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Laird and second by Commissioner Coates, basically to, in simple terms, for the coroner to take care of all the background, fill out, get the application, and then forward it to us after he's completed all that for our final approval. And in addition to that, if there is one that you disapprove on, that we just be made aware of that. Does that sound?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. That's what we'll do. Thanks, Jim. Did you want to bring up anything else real quick? Oh,
What we've discussed, I've already taken care of.
okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Sabrina? Sorry for being a little bit behind.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thanks for having us today. We are looking at the proposed amendments for the 2022 zoning resolution. You might be asking yourself, why are we doing this? Didn't we just do this a couple years ago? This is just some amendments that, since this is now in working order, has been working for a few years, we've noticed some contradictions and some needed clarifications, some things that didn't quite make sense from different entities. So different, attorneys or planning and zoning or citizens, different things. So it seems extensive, but this can be fixed with a zoning text amendment. We don't need a complete overhaul on this. What will these proposed amendments accomplish? So you can see on the screen, this is one of the things that we are proposing to change some of the diagrams up because some of them are a little confusing. I'm going to provide a little demonstration for you. So some of this stuff is over here and it takes us like this to get where we need to go when I really needed to just come here. And sometimes we have to go back here and we don't know where we're at. And so we have to come back. That's what we're trying to clarify. You're not going to have another demonstration like this today, I'm just saying. But, so we're just trying to clarify some things, make it to where it's a little more streamlined. We get from here to there without having to go around in circles. That one's working. All right.
Try again.
So, disclaimer, in the interest of transparency, the next 358 slides will detail every diminutive and or substantial change suggested, mentioned, thought about, contemplated, changed, rechanged, added, deleted, re-added, re-deleted, and oh yes, completely dismissed throughout this entire process. You guys are supposed to laugh at that. Okay, on to the entertainment. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to go through this, the next 3 slides. No, I don't have 358 slides because I can't sit still that long and make 358 slides. But the next 3 slides, we've put on here what are the more substantial changes. I'd like to kind of go through them. If you guys want to, if you think there's a point of contention or you want to come back and kind of discuss further, if we could get through these 3 slides, we'll just note which ones we want to come back to and then talk about it. First thing, wireless communications facility. So this was in, once again, 2 different sections where you had to go here and there and here and every which way. I don't know why they were ever separated. So we just took all of that information and put it into Appendix 3. So we have 3 appendixes now instead of 2. It appeared on the table of contents in the current 22 resolution. that we did not have an appendix 2. We did have an appendix 2, it just actually wasn't on the table of contents, so that was added on there. Diagrams, like I'd mentioned, were updated for clarity. The PUD section, once again, was in 2 different sections. Not really sure why, but combined those into 1 section. So we're not flipping back and forth, which is what we've done a lot of times. Remove the section for landscaping. It wasn't very restrictive, didn't make a whole lot of sense. So just kind of removed it. We do have a buffering and screening section, which kind of pretty much takes care of landscaping. Removed signs, so not signs. I read this later on, it kind of wasn't clear. So the changeable copy section of the signs, I met with a couple of different sign manufacturers in town just to get clarification on what this meant. And they were kind of like, we don't know why you have a regulation on this. So that was removed. And then changed off-premise sign to billboard. Off-premise sign is not the terminology used in the industry. Billboard is. Industrial Siting Council. So we created this section pretty much to read that any of the projects that have to go through there or projects over 50 acres need to go through that process and keep the requirements with the P&Z and BOCC. So anything we pass locally has to be passed also by ISD and have those things comply with each other. Is this going to be a point of contention we need to come back to? Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. So the BOCC can approve CUPs for the betterment of the county. There wasn't really a clause in here for you guys to be able to approve CUPs for certain things, so just kind of put a clause in here that you guys could, you know, if there's a circumstance that it should be approved, then you guys can approve that. Okay, are you getting sleepy yet? Don't get sleepy yet on me. It's not time. So I highlighted this on the table of allowable uses. When I put this packet together, you'll see 2 different tables. It's a proposed table and a current table. And I tried to make that so it was easy to compare the 2 tables because some things were changed in that. Some things were changed to a ZC, which is a zone certification, because there are a few different requirements, not quite as extensive as a CUP, but different things that they have to do. And if it said it like in the terminology that they had to have a zone certification, there was no reason for it to be permitted because there's additional restrictions. So it didn't make sense on some of that stuff. Created the commercial storage section. So we've had a few people come in lately. They've got a lot somewhere. They want to do some commercial storage, meaning, because there wasn't a definition of that. So boat storage, RV storage, stuff like that. And it was not addressed, oddly enough. We couldn't find it anywhere. Removed the LI from adult entertainment establishments. These tend to be bars and lounges are not allowed in the LI district. So that was a contradictory point that we found in the resolution. Also changed that from 1,000 feet for schools, religious, and there's a few other places to 2,500 feet. Get just a little bit more separation in there. Updated the definition for brewery, distillery, and winery. That section, this was literally the description of that section, and it only addressed wineries. Not really sure why. Added to the extractive industries that they may require a minimum of 5-mile buffer between the mineral extraction site and residential areas as determined by you all. Nuclear manufacturing section, we just added a section that says it must comply with state and federal regulations. There's no point in our regulation at all that even addresses nuclear. The word nuclear is not found. So we just put a little burp in there. Added to the storage of flammable combustible liquids that it must comply with International Fire Code. Fire Code was actually not even addressed in this as well. Not sure that we could have gotten around that, but just kind of make that real clear that it needs to comply with that. Yes, I'm still talking. So, rearranged wind and solar sections, same thing as the towers, cell towers. It's in multiple sections. So we just kind of combined those to where they're in one section and we don't have to flip back and forth and go back and
I had a
forth. and all that.
question on your last slide.
Yes, sir.
I'm having trouble seeing today because you go, the nuclear manufacturing must comply with state and federal regulation. Does that include county regulation?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Laird, all of these regulations, if it has to go through industrial siting, anything has to get past county regulations, like local regulations first.
Would that also include zoning,
Yes.
to make it clear?
These are abbreviated, so I can tell you exactly what that
I
says
mean,
if you want.
what I'm just saying is, let's say they want to put something where the zoning doesn't allow it to be put, but it's okay with the federal regulations and state regulations.
It's not okay then, because it has to be in the correct zoning. If that zoning isn't permitted, doesn't permit that use, they're done.
Have any zoning that permits that use?
No, not currently.
Okay,
Okay. Okay, so the meteorological tower, the definition pretty much stated that it was a wind turbine, and that is not correct, so we expanded that definition. The CUP, we added an extension provision. There was actually nothing written that said anything about an extension, but it now says that they may have to come back through P&Z and through BOCC. It'll all be determined based on the project. Change zoning certificate requirements on accessory structures over 225 square feet. So it did say commercial accessory structures over 120 square feet, and then residential accessory structures over 200 square feet. Kind of got rid of the two. I'm not sure why there's two different ones. Just in my notes that I had in my office, there we changed that to 225. Yes, sir.
Sure. Springer, the added extension provision, what you're talking about, is that the completion of the CUP being completed for the project, or is that an extension of the CUP being completed, not completed, but through a period of years or time?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Milne, it's a period of time. So a CUP is good for 12 months. There wasn't really terminology on what you could do to extend. You know, if your project, like COVID, let's say COVID, you know, delayed everything. Extensions were mostly given at that point in time. But if there's a project that got delayed for some reason or, you know, whatever, then they might have to come back to both and ask for that extension. So there's a way to get an extension rather than going through the entire CUP process again. Okay, nonconformities, we added the provision to replat lots if there is a new building. So if there's a new building that we get a building permit for, it, you know, goes to the building permit and then comes to us for zoning certification, make sure that everything's good on the site plan, setbacks are good. We put a provision in there that if a building's going to cross a property line, then they need to replat those property lines. There's a lot of lots out there that are, maybe you own 6 half-acre lots and you want to build a building across it. Well, you're going to have to replat some of that to make it all one lot. It cleans a lot of things up for mapping, a lot of things up for us. So. Rural addressing. So this we wanted to add in here because it may require structures to be addressed. So if you have an address and you're building a barn a mile away, we want to make sure that our fire and 911 system are where that building is. If there's an emergency at that building, it's a fire, you know, whatever, then we're able to have that address so they can get there. Appendix 2 removes some of the nuisance issues that are not used or not necessary in the county. One of those I can say are excessive barking dogs. I can guarantee you I can go outside right now and hear 2 or 3 dogs barking. It's not that they're barking in my ear and that I can't have a conversation, but the provision was that the barking outside of the property line. And being in the county, that seemed a bit restrictive. And then Chapter 6 definitions, updated some. A couple of those, one of them literally said, communications tower said Telecommunications Act. So I got to go figure out where the Telecommunications Act is to even find out a definition of a telecommunications tower. Didn't like that myself. Something said reference whatever state statute. I'd rather have it in there per state statute. Here's the definition per state statute. So now that you're still awake, we can go back to ISD thing. I didn't hear any other. Do we have a question on an ISD?
You said you wanted to go back on some of these. And talk about
Whatever you guys want to discuss, I just wanted to get through them and then we'll discuss further whatever you want to discuss further. If you have questions on any of it, why'd we do it? Take it off, get rid of it, don't get rid of it, add more to it.
I think it's great. 375 slides.
No, I only have 10,
So, yeah.
but you were listening.
Must have missed that. Sorry.
Alice is over here sweating.
I was thinking, how long is
Thought it was going
how
to take a
long
little bit longer than what she had
do I have to
allotted.
call and have my jammies brought?
Did you bring snacks and coffee?
So,
You were in charge of that, right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess.
so, are there any particular questions about any of these that anybody has right now? Nicolation?
Mr. Chairman, Sabrina, I'd like to talk about 3.08, off-premises signs. That's a statutory definition, 16.8.101. So I think that we're going to keep some cross-referencing. We can call it a billboard because that's that's what everybody calls them. But state statute does have a specific description of off-premises outdoor advertising. And so we need to be mindful of that and whether we're being consistent with that statute. Again, that's 16.8.101. And then, if we adopt that definition or not. But I just wanted you to, I've had prior dealings with billboards. And so I was aware that that was a term of art. So I don't know if we need to make adjustments, but I'd just like you to be aware of that was the reason I think that it said outdoor or off premises outdoor sign in our previous. With regard to 4.0804, that's the nuclear. Yeah, obviously, Radiant has spent some time in our community. They've revealed that they are interested in building a site if the law allows them to do that, and if they in the community want them to do that. Have you run this language by Radiant, or have you been in contact at all with Radiant? Are they aware that we're proposing some additions to our regulations that might impact them?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicolaisen, the suggested addition to that section for the heavy industrial literally says this also includes some nuclear manufacturing.
It includes what manufacturing?
This also includes some nuclear manufacturing.
My
that the one
question
that-
was, have you been in contact with Radiant, or
No.
have they been in contact with you about this proposed change or addition?
No, sir.
So Commissioner Laird asked, is there anything in this, our previous or our current iteration that permits it? And I think you said no to that.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicolaisen, I guess then that's not true, a true statement, because this would be included in the industrial and manufacturing heavy section, which would then essentially allow that in our current area of heavy industrial only.
So then the question is, and the question's for the commissioners, council, or you, why are we adding this? Or proposing to add a regulation?
It just wasn't addressed. Nuclear, the word nuclear, which I guess that would be an attorney question. Do we need to add the word nuclear?
I think the change is just to make it clear that we would allow that under that zone, right? I think it's just to clarify a little bit more.
So it's neither permitted explicitly nor prohibited explicitly
Correct.
currently. The idea is a clarification that if it passed in this form, would be permitted.
That's correct. I think, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicholas, and I think it kind of gives you a little more leverage, seemingly, that you can't just say, you can say yes or you can say no. I don't know. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't want that in there. That's why we're having this conversation, is so you can give me guidance on, do you want that in there or do you not want that in there?
I don't have an opinion yet, but we
Yeah.
need to think about this.
Mr. Chairman, I need to clarify something in my own mind that Mr. Nicholas brought up. My understanding is that this Radiant previously wanted to put this manufacturing plant. There were two problems. One is the state doesn't allow nuclear waste yet. It's up to them. They've got to make it legal or illegal or do nothing. And who knows? And the second reason is that property isn't zoned to have a manufacturing plant on it as it sits now, right?
Correct.
That's all I was trying to understand. So what I wanted to make sure was clear that your regulation didn't wipe that out in some way. In other words, they have to get the state and federal approval, but then they would also have to get the county to change the zoning. Am I right?
Correct.
If we decide to allow that to happen. And I'm like Mr. Nicholas, I haven't made up my mind about it all. It's no reason to make up my mind because I don't know what the state's gonna do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Coates.
Sabrina, so with this addition of nuclear language, and maybe this is for legal as well, so if we are silent on nuclear throughout zoning, and we look at something other than manufacturing, so let's say some portion of the nuclear industry doesn't want to do manufacturing and they want to fall under some other use, that would imply storage. If it was allowed by the state, this is a presumption, that could potentially be just blanket allowed if we're silent on it. We would have to define where it's allowed, and this is what you're aiming to do here.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coates exactly is trying to figure out where that lays, because I can tell you what, the heavy industrial is and what light industrial is.
Right.
We think that it falls into heavy.
This would constrain nuclear under heavy industrial,
Yes, sir.
and it would not allow it in any other zoning. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
My understanding from our previous attorney suggested that if we didn't have it listed, that it could be prohibited, and that's another reason why. It's not saying that we're going to address this right now, but they may want to put something out in the gas hills or something else, and this basically gives us that option and just identifies that. And that's pretty much all it amounts to, is it just gives us that flexibility. That's my take on this, is that just by identifying it, that it does give us some authority over where it's going to go, as long as we're following the state and federal regulations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
So a previous iteration of this, I think, Sabrina, or at least the discussion was that the county was going to require industrial siding projects to receive their ISC permit prior to the county hearing and making a decision on a jurisdictional industrial sided project. I don't see that in 3.10 at this time. I see something different. And so am I correct that we are not requiring the industrial siding permit and that whole process to occur prior to a county commission and planning and zoning hearing and acting on an application that comes before us under this regulation?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicolasian, that's correct. The current verbiage, and if you do look at another section, it's in section 5, I want to say it's 8, that has not been changed. I missed that. I've started to make some list of things that I missed for cleanup after this conversation with you all. So I put in the industrial siting council. So the purpose of the section is to identify large-scale projects which are required to be heard by industrial siting. Applicability: all projects which are required to be heard by industrial siting or encompassing 50 acres or more must receive a permit by ISC. Projects must abide by P&Z, BOCC, and industrial siting division requirements as ordered by ISC. So that there is no time frame on what goes where and when. So Carbon County is one county, and I don't know if there are others. I haven't spoken to any other counties, but Carbon County is one that is, I spoke with them last week. I spoke with one of their commissioners. I spoke with their development director on how they run these processes. And so two of the big takeaways I took from the conversations I had with both of those people, two big takeaways for me were communication is key, and they tell the applicant, slow down. So this isn't a fast process. It should not be a fast process. Their goal was they had a lot of people coming in and applying for permits that were your fly-by-nighters that all they wanted to do was get that permit so they could sell that permit. It's a thing in the industry. I would think it's a lot of work to be able to obtain that permit and then just sell it, but maybe there's a profit in it. Not my deal, not judging whatever they're doing. I don't understand it. I don't know, so I'm not in that realm. But what they do on the communication part is, so as soon as they get, let's say, a phone call that somebody says, I want to build a wind farm, I want to build a solar farm in your community, they start immediately with a pre-application meeting. So they would have to meet with our department, and we would go over a lot of different things on what does this look like. They have a checklist that they're willing to share with us so we don't have to recreate it. We've got some things of our own that we would use. And along the way, we would have, so there are 19 state agencies listed in the state statute in 3512. That is a state statute for the ISD. There are 19 state agencies they have to go through and have to abide by. So what we would do is go along with each one of those agencies and say, this is what, this is the land that they're looking at, and go with like Game and Fish or DEQ or whoever, so they can be involved during the whole process. So they're kind of doing it congruently, but we're in communication with so many different entities that we all know what's going on, and we can all make those decisions along the way.
So who are you and who are we to judge whether or not there's been compliance with the Section 109 permit under 3512-109? Who are you, who are we to judge whether in the nuclear context in 4.08, whether there's been compliance with all state, federal laws? That is outside our jurisdiction.
Yes, it is.
And it concerns me when you say what you just said, and I've got the statute, and I've taken cases to the Wyoming Supreme Court on this very statute, and I'm well familiar with the process. Did you know that when we try and insert ourselves, the camel with the nose under the tent, into this kind of proceeding, we totally don't have the expertise. We totally don't have the staff. We totally don't have the time. And I think what this is doing is giving us a second bite at the apple. If there's a state requirement under that statute, state statute that says they need to do something, it's not our job and it's not our prob to tell them, hey, do this and have you done that, and go down the list of 19 things. And I don't want you to put this county or us to put ourselves in a bad position if what we're trying to essentially do is modify that process, guide the process along, put guardrails on that process. I don't feel that it's useful to have a sentence that says all projects which are required to be heard must receive a permit. That's the law. So, and we've talked before on this commission, specifically in the parks arena, that if it's already the law, then it doesn't need to be in our bylaws. We spend hours on that concept. Projects that must abide by industrial siting division requirements as ordered by ISC. I don't have as much of a problem with that, but I have a concern that we're throwing this out there without also making it clear that those processes don't have to go prior to the county reviewing. It should explicitly say that project permits are not required to be obtained prior to consideration by Natrona County. Because otherwise it's a little unclear. And if what we're trying to do in this thing primarily is to create clarification, this is one of those things that is exactly opposite of that laudable goal.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicolason, the expertise point is exactly why this is working for Converse County, because I don't have any of those expertise. And they explained to me that once they get game and fish involved, let's just take them, for example, when they get game and fish involved initially, I don't know anything about migration corridors. I don't know where to look for sage grouse. I'm not a hunter. I don't know where that stuff's at. I don't know what compliance they need to do for what, because they're the experts. I am not. And by getting them involved, it seems like it's a good idea to have them involved early, because then they can say, this is a big corridor, you need to think about this.
I agree with you 100% on that, is that we don't have to be the experts. We don't have to be the smartest people in the room, but we invite the smartest people to be in the room with us to get that information. That's what their expertise is. And we have several agencies, like you said, there's a lot of agencies that are listed there then that can provide that information to us as we need it. And so I don't have any problem with that. And it's like you said, this is what's working for Carbon County, because they're not relying, they don't have the experts. They rely on the experts to tell them and give them this information. That gives us the fallback and say, okay, what are your concerns? You know, whether it's a DEQ, whether it's a game and fish department, it doesn't matter. But we turn that over to the experts that are paid, and that's what their profession is, to make those decisions. So I don't have any problem with that at all.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicolason, there's other terminology that Converse County pointed me to in the regulation that we could modify our terminology.
Carbon County.
Carbon County, sorry.
Sorry, I know I keep doing the same thing, so sorry.
I can read that if you'd like. I have it up right here if that.
So you're aware, because I've seen your email about 3512-115 that says we can't add additional requirements. And so if what we're doing is if you're making reference in conversations on a county permit or a county application to scenic resources, recreational resources, the water supply, University of Wyoming, if you're making reference to that, then what we risk doing is creating a condition that may take a position that's inconsistent with what the Industrial Siting Council does or may have already done. I don't want your interpretation to be different from the Industrial Siting Division staff or the Industrial Siting council members and that jurisdictional permit. The whole purpose was to take those huge projects out of local government control because, and you need to be aware, and I think you are, the county is a necessary party in these proceedings. We have every opportunity. We have the legal and statutory right to go to this permit proceeding hearing under the Industrial Siding Council and say, we want you to add a condition because it's a migration corridor. We want you to do this because it's a scenic thing. What usually happens is the county only shows up and the cities and the towns only show up to say, give us our portion of the money for our or whatever. And that's fine. But the first part of the process is for this county to go have a seat at that table and say, these are the concerns and these are the conditions that legally need to be imposed. So that's why I think we're getting ahead of the whole process here. And I think I don't think we should have these types of provisions in there.
I'm going to
Mr.
disagree with that because that's exactly the point, is that by having this in there and having those experts come in there and give us recommendations, that's what we're going off of, is the professionals' recommendations on what we can do. Then we have something solid that we can present to the Industrial Siding Committee to say, these are what we would like for you to add in there in addition to this. That's basically what this comes down to. And, correct me if I'm wrong, Sabrina, but that's really what it comes down to, is that we're looking at those areas that need to be addressed that are in concern, and those are the ones that we need to present to the industrial siding to ask them to add. If we don't have this in here, then where are we going to fall back on?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicolason, to address both your questions. Exactly your point on going to ISD, we want to make sure that they do uphold what the county wants. One of the things when we initially talked about, well, if they have to go to industrial siting first and then, then we're not allowed to put any more regulations on it. That's not okay, because one of our very first things that when an application even comes to us is that they are required by notification by our resolution that they have to, whatever property, they pick this property right here, they have to notify property owners within 1 mile of that location and jurisdictions, entities, cities, towns, municipalities within 20 miles of that. The state doesn't care about that. So we want to make sure that we hold those local controls that we need to hold so that we know that our county is running the way you guys have been elected to run it. But we want to make sure that ISD is aware that we want to go to all those meetings. We don't want to just show up and say, give us the money when it's our time. We're invited to a lot of meetings. All entities are invited to a lot of meetings per the state statute for ISD of 3512. We should be there. We should not forfeit those meetings.
Nobody's suggesting that we're not going to be there, that we should forfeit or we should not participate. But what I think we're trying to do is say we get to evaluate whether you as an applicant are complying with these statutory provisions. So why would we create a regulation that's ambiguous in the respect that we're not listing those 23 or 19 different areas? Why would you not tell an applicant that that's what the conversation is going to be? Because I think otherwise an applicant comes in and either they can tell you to pound sand because it's not in here. They don't need to address anything that's in those 19 areas, because they will ultimately do that during the Industrial Siding Council process. So again, I don't care what Carbon County is doing. We haven't talked about whether the other 21 counties are engaged in any of this or have considered it. But what I care about is it's kind of a sleight of hand thing, I think, when we're saying, hey, here's this other statutory rubric that is out there and you have to comply with. And by the way, we're going to have some discussions about whether or not you are. And okay, well then let's be overt about it and explicit, and let's put those things in our regulations, and then let's see if it withstands court scrutiny, because I think that's where we're headed in this.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicolason, it's not our intent to say, okay, you have to comply with this. Maybe I'm misrepresenting what we're thinking of doing is just reaching out to those entities and saying, what should we be aware of? There's fishing in this area that's going to be impacted by this area over here that we are not aware of because of, Game and Fish has brought this to our attention. We're not saying you have to comply with these things. So that's what ISD's for. They're the ones going to go through that process. We're just getting these entities involved so that they're aware this project is coming that direction. We're more getting our local weed and pest, road and bridge, all of our county entities involved, but then saying, hey, what about this, this, and this? It's not, hey, you have to give us all the stuff you'd have to give us at ISD, because that's what that's for. Am I not explaining this?
Jim's got
Well.
a question. Commissioner Mel.
Couple questions or comments. So with this, how do you envision this process working? From applicant saying, I want to do this, to permitting, which agency, which what, all the way to the end. I need to hear how you see this. And if it's not in here, then maybe it needs to be, because this is vague to me.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Milne. So
So the applicant A walks in
Right.
the door, says, whatever, a brewery that's going to take up 75 acres or more. Begin.
Okay. So we have not had this scale of a project since I've been here, so I'm not positive that we have an application right now that says.
This is all hypothetical.
So that's what. So first off, I'd have to find out if we have this application.
Okay,
If I find out that we don't have the application, I have other entities around the state that I feel I can go to and say, do we like this application? It covers a lot of things, maybe put some together so that we're covering all different entities. So one in front of me has planning department, road and bridge, weed and pest, county sheriff, emergency management, fire warden. We might sit in our office and say, there's a couple others that we want to add to this list. So we would go, first off, we'd have a pre-application meeting with this applicant. So they've walked in the door, so they're there in person. What's your idea? What are you going to do? What's your time frame? Do you have the land? Do you not have the land? Is it zoned? Probably gonna be one of the first things that we even look at. Well, you have this land, but it's not zoned for it. So the first thing you're gonna have to do is go change the zoning on it. Okay, so say it is zoned for it, you're good. We've covered all that. Okay, now what? Well, what's your plan? What are you even gonna do? Kind of, there's gonna be more than one pre-application meeting. We're gonna have to provide them with an application to even fill out. So we do have an application, and here's some information that we need. There's a lot of entities we're going to have to go through, so we'll make a list of who we need to meet with, and then they can come. Maybe we can do a couple of them at one time, maybe we can't. Maybe they can't meet, maybe we need to do separate ones because, because we need more information, we need more time. We'll go through these, see what it is. If something comes up, let's say Parks Department's involved, and they have, let's go with wildlife again, just because apparently I like Game and Fish today. We'll go to Game and Fish and say, hey, do you have any migration corridors? Is there anything right here that you think that we should be concerned about initially right now in our county that we should make sure that we're addressing with the applicant? So we just know that we're aware of different things. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to cover everything, because that's where the ISD has with Game and Fish, not where we're at. Go through that process. It's probably going to take 6 months. That's my guess. Like I said, I haven't been through a large scale project like this before, so that's my guess. Minimum 6 months right there. So, you're still willing to
Okay,
go
so
through.
the application been completed.
So,
What's the next step?
so now we go through our public hearing process. So we're gonna have to go to P and Z, go through all that, then come to you all for another public hearing to go through that. Then you guys decide what you're gonna do. So in that,
So we have public issue the permit at that point.
yes.
Doesn't go to ISD first. We still have
No.
to say that
So
whether
you-
it meets your standards or not.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Has to
I
meet with
think
our
that
community
needs to be
standards.
Put in here, some language like that. It's very vague and misleading as
I,
far as the process.
100% agree with that.
That's
I-
kind of my point right there.
Yeah, I do feel that language is pretty vague. And that's why, brought up, that's why I asked, Carbon County done this. Where,
I
what
don't
does
care
yours
what
say?
Carbon County does.
I was just looking for some terminology because if we're
going to
trying,
have this in here, then
Yeah.
not follow the process. It's already written out pretty much. If we're going to try to make our own little whatever, it needs to be in here, not vague. It needs to be listed out,
Okay.
what goes where, when, how, why, whatever.
okay, so would you like for me to expand on the industrial siting terminology?
And on it for the process, or you can remove it. I don't care which.
Okay. If it's,
If
Re-
310's removed, then we follow the state process. It's already listed out. But if everybody wants it in here, that's fine. I don't care. It needs to be listed or whatever you want to do with it, but it needs to go through what that process is, not just kind of it may go this way, may go that way, don't know what way.
so I need you to give me direction on, do you want it removed or do you want more clarification?
I think.
Hold on.
both. I think
Commissioner
both.
Laird wanted to
I
say
think
something.
take it out. You can
I was
move
called
forward
on,
with the
Mr.
process,
Mr.
Nicolay.
Nicholas.
and then you keep.
Mr. Nicolay, I had the floor.
Yeah,
He gave me the
He
floor.
was waiting for.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'm trying to understand this. I'm confused myself. I'm wondering if it's an application or a notice of intent for you to gather information to decide whether we even have to issue or require an application. So, but I'm confused, so I'm hoping you'll straighten me out. You want to know if somebody's coming in here and they want to put an industrial siding somewhere in our county. And I think we should know about that and know the information on that. And, but I hear what Mr. Nicolason says, and I agree with some of the points. Not sure what Mr. Milne is saying actually, but what I would like to do is get a process that everybody understands and gives you the information you need to do your job. I don't think anybody wants to have some company come in here and just start doing things and we don't even know what they're doing. So I'm thinking, is an application the right word, or is it a notice of intent that should be required of a company saying we have the intention of coming in here and starting a radioactive plant and blah, 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 and all of that, so we know, and then we can protect ourselves to make sure that they've complied with the actual laws they have to comply with. Because I understand from what I hear Mr. Nicolais say, the part is that we can't assume authority that we don't have. But I think we have authority to say it's not in the right zoning without the zoning being changed. And can't be done unless you comply with what the federal and state governments say. And so you know where it is, because then I guess there's law that says, just like the gravel pits up on the mountain, that if the public doesn't want them and they want to protest these permits, they probably have to go in front of the different state boards that are involved. Where am I missing the point here?
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Laird, we could go either way, notice of intent or application. I do think you all should be aware
Yeah.
as early as possible. It's, somebody came to us and they said, we want to build a 800,000 acre solar farm.
So
Yeah.
we could require a notice of intent. I mean, we have the right to know that they're doing
Mm-hmm.
that in somebody's neighborhood. And that is the proper zoning, and if the zoning has to be changed, then that's something we have to take a look at. Am I right so far?
Correct, and that's one of the first things that any of them, for the pre-application, before they even put an application in, is notifying the surrounding area where it's a mile of ownership of the property, and then 20 miles for the entities.
Is there a let's say that the property is, you can put a radioactive place on this certain property. It's already done. And they come in, we have nothing to say about whether it's radioactive. Do we still have the right to listen to what our people say, that they don't want it there, and defeat it? Or is it just there because it's legal and lawful and the land's available?
So it's already built? Is that what you're
No.
asking?
No, let's just say they want to come in. It's just like buying a house, that they just want to buy this house and they want to put their office in there. Who do they have to notify? I mean, is it required they notify us?
So a building permit would be for, if it's a house, or if it's a permitted use in our table, then they usually start with the building permit is generally,
It sounds like we should start with, they have to provide us with a notice of intent of what they want to do, so we at least know what they're doing.
for these projects, yes, I would agree that,
And then but an application to me means they're applying and they have to come before us and we decide whether we're going to let them do it.
so part of that, the notice, I would, I guess, say is, when they have to notify the entities and everything around, that's kind of their notice. It's not, that's before they put in the application.
Sabrina, let me help you out a little bit. We do have an application process right now. So that application process is already there. A lot of these items, we can specifically list that this is what you have to do in that application process. I believe that's what Commissioner Milne was going to. I agree with that 100%. As long as we have that laid out very specifically as far as what those requirements are, and if those are over and above what the industrial siding requires, because there are some things that they ask about, but they don't enforce. Those items we need to make sure that we have in our application so we can, as a county, enforce those. And I think that's really what it comes down to. I'm not trying to duplicate efforts all the way across the board. I don't think we should, but I do think that there are things that are over and above what those requirements are that are more specific to our county and our needs that we need to address. And some of that can be specifically laid out in the application, or it can be laid out in a table, but it's a whole lot easier if it's in an application than it is in a table as far as what those requirements are. That's my 2 cents on that. So, but we do have an application currently, and it says that the application has to be complete. Well, there's a lot of people out there that believe that because they put yes or no on an application that that's complete. That doesn't necessarily answer the questions. And that's the part that we need to specifically address, is what those requirements are that they have to meet. And that's the part that's not necessarily covered by industrial siding. And those are areas that we can actually be very specific about. A good example is waste, your hazardous waste disposal. Saying that you're going to take it to the dump is not adequate. You need to be a lot more specific. Is it a hazardous material? Is it classified as a hazardous material? What are your processes? Those are the type of things that need to be very specific and modify our application so we do have all that information in there that we need. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nick Lacy.
Sabrina, so I think we're kind of coming around full circle. We have a couple sentences here that are, there's no certainty or clarification about what's to happen, who's going to do it, what the process is. We're creating a regulation that gives government discretion to act in a way that's arbitrary. We're putting something together that says we're not going to be clear. We're going to be vague about what the requirement is. So you can come to us this time, and we may or may not have this process. We may or may not call Game and Fish or whatever. But next time, and this guy over here, they come to me, I may or may not do. So we can't have a regulation like this. So I think we take 310 out. Then I think you can move forward with planning and zoning, barring other commissioner comments and things. In the meantime, you can also work with us and council to create something that actually has it's where it's spelled out. And then we can make adjustments to it or throw the whole thing out. But at that point, we'll be able to know what this county is requiring of people, and more importantly, what those people are going to be required to do. And then you'll know too what you're supposed to be doing. So that's where I think we should wind up today on this section 310.
So I have a
Commissioner
comment.
Laird.
I'm just going to make a suggestion, you can follow it or not. I do think this needs a little fine tuning. And so when you say that you got a form from Carbon County, I think that's a wise idea. I don't resent that or anything. I think they probably got it from somebody else. Lawyers get forms from all over the place. So I'm happy that you go out and see what other counties are doing and getting their forms. And so then what I'd like to know, because I'll have to say, Sabrina, I'm confused. And I don't want to be confused on this. I think it's important. Mr. Nicolasen's making some good points. I also believe that our county should know what people want to do in our county. And we need to take a look to see if we think it complies with all of the rules and regulations they need to comply with. And if it's stuff that we don't enforce, we notify the state or the federal government, they want to do this. Please tell us if this is something you've approved of. Because I want to know about all that. Not to stop them or make it more dangerous for them or less lucrative, but I think we need to know what's coming into our county and be able to take a look at it and make sure it doesn't hurt our people and it's good for our people. That's my bottom line for it. So I'm happy that you've done, I think you're a very smart person and you're doing the right thing and doing the right research. And I'm happy for that. And I encourage you to keep going and then fine tune this, because I don't know that we're going to vote on this tonight anyway.
No.
So, but fine tune it. And because Mr. Nicolasen has been in these matters and does have knowledge of some of this, and I'll have to admit I'm still confused about it. But what I'm not confused about is I would like to know when they come in what they want to do in our county, when they want to do it, and I want to make sure that it's all appropriate and legal and they adhere to the rules of the game. That's all.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Laird, and commissioners in general, can we fine tune this and bring it back to you October 21st and discuss further?
I would like to have that. Sure.
Is this the only
Yeah.
point we think we want to talk about, or are we good with anything else? Okay, so if that's okay with you guys, if we can,
Okay.
okay.
Commissioner Mallon. And just as a side comment, what Commissioner Laird is discussing or describing, in my mind, is our current permitting process. It's our notifications, whether we have guidelines out there of what's going on and whether it fits within our community. So I'm kind of confused about this a little bit. But what I want to move forward with is the extraction. I think it's on the next page there. Added extraction industries may require 408. Sorry, give me a second. Page 87. Yeah. where's the part you changed in this?
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Milne, so the numbers up here are the proposed amendments in the new proposed documents. So this was
Oh, okay.
added.
Okay.
So it's probably not in your old document. Oh, well, you have the draft.
So my concern is that extraction is the wording, may require minimum. I'd like to know what the criteria is so that there isn't any arbitrary decisions.
That's up to you guys because it says determined by the BOCC.
Right.
So-
So we may determine whatever is fine. Somebody else may come in asking for the same type of project, and the next, or we may even say no. Why? I think that criteria needs to be looked out so it's not arbitrary, that it's objective, and while giving some leeway to the commission itself, it needs to be justified in my mind. It shouldn't just be a may. It should be similar to the 6 criteria that we have for the other.
So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Milne, would you suggest that it says shall?
I wouldn't put
Well-
shall. We may need to have, right? But I'd say
We may.
I'd lay out some some criteria, whether it's the neighborhood, whether it's environmental, whether it's
Okay.
watershed, whether it's whatever, right? Road conditions, whether there's things out there that you can point to that should be considerations that can justify the commissioner's decision one way or the other.
Yeah, an example of that would be traffic. Safety factors related to the county, citizens of the county, or environmental factors that would be negatively affecting the neighbors, or, that kind of stuff. I think that will help.
So I think we can do something like, we can change it to where, again, that there shall be a 5-mile buffer if BOCC finds the following, and we can list like trap,
Yeah,
there's
I'll
an
let
issue
you
with
guys
trap, something like
wordsmith
that.
it, and we can look at it, but we need an example.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, can't just sit there as a kind of an arbitrary statement out there that, depends on who you know.
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, can we bring this one back as well? Do you want to bring this one back
Yeah.
next time? Okay, we'll know
Commissioner-
both of those.
Commissioner Nicolation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't mind us having discretion if it's supported by the evidence. I don't know, so I think the word reasonable could be helpful, counsel, when you're assisting in a review of this. So a reasonable, as reasonably determined by BOCC. A reasonable distance. I'm not sure where did the minimum 5-mile come from? Because that sounds arbitrary in and of itself. And some, depending upon the proposed use, that might be way overbroad, or way too much. So I'm good with having an opportunity to look at it on a case-by-case basis, and if the evidence is there to protect a residential area, then we require some setback. But in some cases, it might be a quarter mile, which is 1,250 feet. In some cases, a mile, 5,280. 5 miles, that what's within a 5-mile radius of where we're sitting right now? I think most of Casper. So I mean, you're potentially getting way out there. And what if it's just one house that's upwind, predominantly, upwind? So I think we have to be careful about this. But do you have any comment about where the 5 miles came from?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicolasian, I had a stack of things on my desk when I got into my office, and I just put stuff in. No, I don't know where they came from.
I remember it may not have anything to do with this, but Jim, you remember we had an
There's something,
discussion on the 5-mile. I don't know what it was.
I mean, if we went 5 mile, that's McMurray, that's C-71 up on
Yeah.
the hill, that's so many different sources of gravel, whether it's being hauled in or extracted locally. That, to Commissioner Nicolaus's point, yeah,
It says may require a minimum of 5 miles. That's a good point.
Let's work on it. Come back
We'll
to
do that.
this. So, okay,
Anything further?
we're running behind, so.
Hey, I tried to talk fast, but regardless. Okay, so we're doing this zoning resolution because we have approval criteria, not because we need an entire complete overhaul. We have a process for this. This is not doom and gloom. Yes, it does work. We'll work on these things and bring them back to you. And thanks for your feedback. And you knew the fun had to end at some point. So good luck with the rest of your meetings today. Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
hard work.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the fact that you have gone through so much material in a short amount of time and consolidated and try to find out what needs to be fixed and what doesn't. But I guarantee we have a whole lot less right now than we did 4 years ago when we started going through this. So, that's a good sign. It's a lot easier to go through and fix a few things than it is a whole lot. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Oliver, would you like to come up and talk to us?
He's got his troops with him. I'm happy to see all you ladies and gentlemen here. I think there's just gentlemen though. They're not uniform.
All right,
Good evening, thank you.
it's your show.
So I met with, Chris and I met with Tracy, and we believe we have a plan together. Tracy, do you want me to just explain, or?
Thanks, Chief. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we sat down and talked about a few options, and what I would propose with the board's approval would be a few things. First off, in fiscal '27, the fire district is allocated $250,000 out of 1 cent money. So I would ask that the commissioners prepay that, for lack of a better word. So we would pay it this fiscal instead of next fiscal. And then the second suggestion would be Anacline money, that we'll start getting that in March of 2026, that we front them or prepay for $250,000 for another engine out of those upcoming Anacline funds. It will take us about 6 months to get the 250. We're getting about $43,750 a month from Anacline funds. So it'll align pretty well with the end of the fiscal where I could do a budget transfer. So that timing would work out well for us without putting us in a bind, I believe. And then we talked about, there was some unexpended 1 cent 16 money that I am hesitant to offer at this time because the chief feels that if we were to grant these two extensions of money or revenue to the tune of $500,000, that they would be sitting better, in a better position, or that they are now, unless something has changed in that retrospect.
Let me ask you a question real quick, because you should be getting your Fed FAR money in November. Is that correct?
We've actually started to receive it.
I
We
know,
just got,
I've signed the check.
yeah, we just got a check last week for 21,800
Yeah.
for one fire. Yep.
But there should be quite a bit more of that.
Yeah, the first round of billing that we completed was just under 100,000, and then we still have at least one round, that's being worked on for billing right now.
Okay. Now Tracy, what'd you say that first number was for the FY 27?
250,000,
250 on both of them?
correct.
Okay.
And this is all contingent upon that their distributions are received in a timely manner.
Sure.
So after speaking to the treasurer, he said they are up to date on their distributions, and he is in the process of getting another one out this week.
Okay.
So, you know, in speaking with the fellas here, the distributions have to be made timely, obviously.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so thank you, Tracy. So with that, with the 500,000, basically kind of how I have that earmarked moving forward would be, $160,000 would be earmarked for the down payment for the two Type 1 engines. And then an additional, 160,000 out of that, I would like to, keep in our savings as reserved for, just in case, you know, we're short, and that would be for the January. That's actually the first payment on the Type 1 engines. So the down payment and, the first payment that would be due in January of 26, would be secured at that point. Our next major project that we need to move on right away is our septic drain field on our septic system is not draining. So we're working on getting all the permits and an engineer drawing us up right now. But we need to try to get moving on that before the weather sets in. And then as far as October bills, I'm kind of estimating roughly right now, there will be about 255,000 total for October. With the big bills and the earmarked on those would be the 2 bi-weekly payrolls, the 10th, this Friday and the 24th. And then, this Friday, along with payroll, I also have our September's retirement bill due. And I estimate right now, when I will know tomorrow, but I estimate right now that with, between retirement and the first payroll should be about 70 to 75. So that'll be one of our bigger expenses, along with getting the septic repaired. And then, that's pretty much the big spending that we have for the next few years, honestly, barring any.
Brian, which septic, is that the one on Robertson Road or is it the other one?
It's the one on Robertson Road, the gray water system that we have designed. We haven't moved on that yet, just waiting for revenue and stuff. So the intent was to originally do them both at the same time. That way the heavy equipment was already routed to the station. We could just have them do both systems while they're there instead of, having to bring all the equipment back. But we've kind of placed that portion on hold for now and until the actual septic system is.
I was just wondering, I thought that there was a sewer system that ran down Robertson Road.
No, so there is, but it doesn't come in front of our station. And I have, worked with the town of Mills, the city of Mills, and, we do have a plan together somewhat. There's a somewhat of a development going that's west on Robertson Road, west of our station. If that development goes through, the Mills will drop sewer off, and then they will help us get a lift station and onto the sewer.
Okay.
So
All right,
we
well,
do have provisions, but it's in the
Okay, well,
future.
never mind. I was thinking there was something there, but, okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
And then I just real quick wanted to follow up with a couple of different things from our last meeting. Mr. Chairman, I did contact our insurance company, and we are moving bills out of July. So the $49,000 insurance payment for July, they will move to August for us. That's the latest they can move, but at least it's a month. So I am working on that. And then, Mr. Nicolason, I have a little better answer for you for reimbursement. Beyond this, I think we have a good plan to reimburse the county as far as this goes. And then in the future, if we are in any other issues or in trouble and run into issues, my suggestion would be to get with my board of directors, and whichever amount of money that we ask for, I would ask our board to vote on you guys keeping our motor vehicle sales as that reimbursement, and that would be 5 payments a year. The first payment comes to us in August, and that one's average from the last few years about 130,000. And then we have 4 more payments that average about 14,000. So that would probably be my number one suggestion as far as if we run into a bind and need like a true loan from you folks. If you could help us out, that would probably be the first avenue for reimbursement that I would look at. And then I truly believe, so as of right now, as of today, we have 230,000 in our general fund account. I have no bills pending as of this afternoon, but like I said, on Friday, I'll have payroll and then retirement come out. Once those are done, starting on Friday, we'll start having some of our auto withdrawals come out, and with the remaining amount, I'll get with our bookkeeper by the end of the week, and we'll see after those two bills clear what's left. We should be solvent to get us through October at this point, especially if we're going to receive September's revenue sometime this week. That should put us pretty good through October, which will hopefully get us to October's check at the first part of November. And like Heather was telling me, that our October check is anticipated to be larger. So hopefully at that point, we'll be kind of out of the pickle we're in. So that's kind of moving forward. That was some of the anticipations that I have for us. So, and I'm sorry. And on one other note, I just wanted you to know, with the cuts that we've put in place, we've immediately cut about 120,000 out a month, and that's almost all. Probably 98% of it is just staffing. It's just trying to keep the county up with staffing. So overtime. Thank you.
So Tracy, I guess we would need a motion to follow through with what your suggestions would be.
Mr. Chairman, ideally, I would like a motion of record, please.
Okay. I'll accept a motion for Tracy's recommendation you're gonna have to amend.
I'll make a motion to move 250,000 from the 1 cent 2027 to prepay the Natrona County Fire Department, and another 250,000 from the anticline to be repaid through March 2026, if that is in line with the clerk's recommendation.
Second.
That satisfy your recommendation, Tracy?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. Any other discussion on that? Okay, all in favor, say aye. All opposed? Okay,
Thank you very much.
got you a little bit.
Thank you.
Very much appreciate it.
So I have one question. I'd like to see this not happen anymore. I'd like to see what we need to do to fix this. But I don't have a clue how to fix it. So I want you to come up with some idea and tell me how you think it ought to be fixed. And if you have to collaborate with Tracy or whoever, I think we need something, maybe even a memo from you in writing, Chief, to, because this is broke a little bit, this situation. And we're dealing with people's paychecks and all that. I'd like to just not have this problem again if we can abstain from that.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. And rest assured that
Could you put your recommendations in writing and
Absolutely.
make sure you give them to Michelle and she'll get them out to us, and then we can
Sure.
see what fine tuning, if any, it might need, and maybe we can get a little advance start on this problem.
That'd be great. We would appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Chairman,
go ahead, Joe.
I do have one further comment or request, you might put it. I'd like to see on the back or on the sides of those trucks or something, paid for by 1 cent.
Well, I'm sorry, what was that?
Needs to be some lettering on there, paid for by 1 cent.
Yeah, we've thought about that. Absolutely. Yeah, we know that other departments do it, and this was once we get those, we've definitely talked about that, and I will make that happen.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it seems to have gone away in the recent history for whatever reason, but there's a lot of vehicles, a lot of stuff that's out there that has been paid by 1 cent that isn't being acknowledged. Whether
Absolutely.
it's dump
Right.
trucks, blades, or whatever, or sheriff vehicles or fire trucks or whatever out there.
That's a very fair
The
point.
public needs to know where that vehicle, how
Absolutely.
that vehicle is paid for.
I agree with that 100%.
And get one big enough that you can see it other than when you're just behind the vehicle at the
Copy
stoplight.
that. Copy that. That's what we do
little
joke
bigger,
about
that
that
one
they're
from a
big white
distance.
trucks. They're off of big billboards. We should
Always
tell the side
nice-
of them.
It's
So.
always nice to thank the public,
Absolutely.
because you have to thank them for this, because they don't have to pass that every time.
Correct. Yep.
Let them know that it's being well spent.
Yes, and the one thing that we've talked about that we will do, that's something that we haven't done in the past, is once these other two engines come here, we would like to have an open house to have the public come in and see the new equipment and see our stations. And we've been getting some folks that have come in just to, because of the news in the last couple of meetings, just wanting to see us. That we've even had comments that we didn't know you guys existed. We thought it was the Casper Fire Department. So this was a great opportunity to expand that PR. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Okay, at this time, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for litigation and property acquisition.
So moved.
All right. By Commissioner Milt, second by Commissioner Nicolason. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're recessed into executive session. Okay. We're back in session. We'll start out with, our legal update.
Well, no, we have to make our,
Yeah, and then we'll go to we'll go to Summit after that. So, Lita, you want to give us the legal update?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Before you do,
Or not?
well, do we have a motion to?
Oh, yes, you are correct.
To cover what we, addressed during the executive session?
yes, I'd make a motion to enter into, I guess, contract for appraisals with Mountain West Valuations.
Do I have a second? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Coates, seconded by Commissioner Milne. All in favor, say aye. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon again, or good evening, I guess. So we do have some new and tantalizing updates. I know we get used to hearing the same updates. So I will start with, we did speak about this earlier, but it does need to be on the record. We are proposing another support staff position for the legal division as opposed to another attorney. And I know that Ms. Kruchek needs the, I guess, official word in writing on the record. And we did speak about that a couple sessions ago, and I know that I did originally speak with Mr. North and Mr. Coates about that preliminarily. And so I guess I'm asking you all to approve that position. Obviously, it pays less than the budgeted attorney position. So we want to make sure everyone's aware of that and it's all on the record. Yes, Dallas.
Are you,
Commissioner
are
Larry.
you looking for a experienced person, or are you hiring someone you have to train?
So it's per the commissioner's request, it will be a legal assistant position, and it's a hybrid of some traditional paralegal work, so to speak, and some traditional office work, legal secretary type work. So that way it's a hybrid, similar to the current position we have now.
But are you looking for somebody with experience?
I'm trying to remember, and of course I didn't bring it down. I believe 4 years is what we said, 2 office and 2 in the legal profession. So I mean, that's all relative, of course, experience. I mean, so I guess we can put the feelers out there and see what we receive.
Well, the reason I asked, 2 reasons, is it sounds to me like you need an experienced person, but I know they cost a lot more money. So you're asking to hire them, but I don't hear what you're thinking the salary range is.
I left that up to, Ms. Kruchek said it was the same pay range as we have now, and I'd have to go pull that up. I did not have a salary suggestion. I know we're getting ready for the market study, so what I did was I literally took traditional paralegal duties that the legal assistant we have now does, Danae, with the traditional quote-unquote legal secretary duties, and combine them into one job such as what Danae's doing now. And it's titled legal assistant. So I didn't get into all the minutia because I know as far as the pay range, I just asked Ms. Kruchek that because I know we're doing the salary study as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
So-
Commissioner Nicholas.
So the original plan was to hire a third attorney, right?
Yes, that was
Budgeted plan.
the budget. Yes, the budgeted plan was to hire a third attorney. That, for whatever reason, is not. We have received no applications for that, and so we decided to, I guess, switch gears and see how it would work if we have the 2 support staff, both legal assistants at this point, and the 2 attorneys, because of course, I don't need to explain how support staff works. They can pick up a lot of slack.
So, but there are some things that non-licensed staff are unable to do that a licensed attorney can do, whether it's appearing in court or providing a legal opinion.
Sure.
And I think I am cognizant of the fact that your staff, your newest staff member, doesn't have didn't have formal training or wasn't a certified paralegal, but she hadn't worked in a law office before. Is that right?
She has not, but she has
So-
a legal background from coming from the assessor's office, which has, I can tell you, been at least very helpful to me.
Yeah, in terms of property
Yes.
assessments and valuations. I guess we heard from our district court clerk and we heard from our sheriff that they felt they needed an attorney. And I know that your office is providing those services, I assume, to the satisfaction of the sheriff and the district court clerk, because I haven't heard from either of them recently.
I believe we are. I know Miss Smith does takes care of the majority of their concerns, but I have not heard anything from either of them.
And Commissioner Glisten, Lita is correct. I do handle both district court clerk and the sheriff's. As soon as, whenever they have something, I try to answer right away.
So good. No, so
so-
good. And no news is good news. I think
Sure.
in this instance especially. But I would remind, I guess I would tell the two of you. I don't know if you were aware, but when it wasn't too long ago that we were receiving weekly, maybe more than weekly complaints or concerns from elected officials and from department heads about not getting stuff turned around from the legal department in a timely manner. So I'll defer to our county attorney as department head on what best suits your needs. But I think kind of to Commissioner Laird's point, you ought to consider getting somebody with a significant amount of experience if it's not going to be a licensed attorney.
Sure, and I'm not aware of any recent complaints. I don't know, I don't get complaints, but I feel that the office has turned around good work in a timely fashion. I'm not saying it's ever perfect. So if there are major concerns, then I don't know about them to address them appropriately. But at this point, we just thought perhaps that another support staff position, which would support, of course, take the load off the current attorneys, and then free us up.
Well, I'm for letting you do it and running it the way you want to run it. I do know, and Mr. Nicolais, I believe, agrees that you do need, as someone experienced, I don't know, I know you've toyed with the idea of a contract attorney. Maybe you can't get an attorney to come work full-time, and so I know there's different options, but you're the
Sure.
one running the office, so we just want to make sure that you understand that you have a lot of clients.
Sure. And again, if there's been if there's been delayed advice from my office, if I'm not aware of it, I can't take care of it.
I haven't heard that.
But
I don't think there is any complaints that I've heard.
But that was one of our original plans, was to just have a part-time attorney. But not everyone was happy with that either. So here we are.
You the boss. You got.
Well, I am, but I also answer to you all, so.
You got to live with what you get.
Sure,
So
sure, absolutely, but
get after the program as far as I'm concerned.
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. So, yeah, I'm you're the department head. If that's what you've evaluated and determined that you could do with, I'm good with it. I've got confidence in your department. I haven't heard recently of any delays or anything like that, so I'm not too concerned about that right
Yeah.
now. I would suggest, though, in my mind, that you do search for somebody with work experience on that. One, even with the experience, it'll take them a little bit of time to spool
Sure.
up, but it won't be hindering you, the other paralegal, or you, as far as training them. up, right? So if they don't have experience, you're going to be spending a lot of time with them, which is going to
Sure.
detract from what you're trying to accomplish. And so short term, long term, it may be better to look for experience. It's my only suggestion, but I'm good with it.
Sure, thank you.
Any other discussion?
I don't think it requires a motion.
No.
She's doing
No,
her
Miss Kruchek just told me she needed it in writing or on the record. And the prior conversations we had were not. So I'm assuming this is helpful to her and what she needs.
Well, you're the-
Yeah, just throw it. Sure, just throw out a motion, it's
Jill
fine.
would like a motion, so
Motion.
promotion.
I'll make the motion for the county attorney to hire as she sees the need for her department.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. You got that, Michelle? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, then you all saw, well, you might not have read the emails. I know we get a lot. The Fenner remand hearing is set for November 4th, prior to the regular scheduled meeting. We have been working on in legal the big archiving project. We're making a lot of headway, so we've been working hard at that, which is actually very helpful. And with respect to the Squaw Creek survey, the Squaw Creek, so we can start in on that road.
Yes, so I reached out to the surveyors for the Squaw Creek Road just to kind of get an update. They are working on it and they're trying to get it to us as quickly as possible. They didn't give me a deadline though, and I just asked them to please keep me informed. And so she has been actually pretty good about just telling me that they haven't forgot about us.
And that was, I believe, the last time we spoke with them on October 1st, so it's up to date info. Let's
And
see,
then,
go ahead.
and then East End Road. So Mike Hagler and I have been working on the East End Road. So where our easement currently is not where the road is. So we're working on cleaning that up. We're going to be doing an easement, and I'll be presenting that to you guys hopefully here somewhat soon. We gave some information to Paul Svensson to kind of just look at the survey that was done, just to make sure that we have everything correct and the legal descriptions right, so that we can get this cleaned up. And Mike and I, we're gonna start trying to clean up some of these roads that our easements and the roads aren't lining up. So that was another thing that we're working on right now. And then I believe that Lita sent you guys the updated road for on the state lands list. Mike, Paul, and I, we're going to be coming before you guys at probably next commission meeting to do a discussion on that. Just because there's some roads that we've heard that needs to be on there, and so we can all explain why there's some roads that aren't on there, and then leave it up to you guys on how we want to handle some roads. So that will be probably next meeting. All right.
I just have one more comment regarding Bates Creek. It's clearly still obviously in the works. We have, and it's kind of a PSA here, we have received several calls and emails, and there had been some confusion just generally among, I guess, landowners in the area. But we have quashed those rumors. I don't know how they got started, but I'll just put on the record, there's no conspiracy here with Bates Creek. We aren't planning on paving Bates Creek. It simply is on the list of roads that need fixed, to be honest, or need legally fixed. And so there's nothing more than that. We have a list of priorities, and that happened to be number 2. We always, with the county, want to avoid litigation. And so we knew there was some litigation up on Circle Drive, and in any event, that's all it is. There's nothing else to the Bates Creek, and Squaw Creek is next, and there's nothing magic about that either. So I just wanted to let everybody know, but I think that after talking to individuals that we spoke with, that is dying down a little bit. There were some concerned citizens, which is fine. It's good to ask questions. And that is all I have if you're going to discuss the Converse County Memorial Hospital bonds.
Yeah, the
Sir.
first thing we're gonna talk about is the, request for a support letter from the GEO Group.
Oh, okay.
And basically what that is, they're the ones that currently run the Casper, Reentry Center. And they've already gotten letters of support from the sheriff and the DA, and they just needed 3 of them. And they requested that the county just provide them with a letter of support. And that's the one that we have that you were given a copy of and sent out a copy. So, are there any questions about that?
Mr. Chairman, I had expressed in an email that I had some questions. I know that we've been asked to do letters of support before for grant folks seeking grants. The typically, I think we've been provided with a little more information than what you received from Mr. Young with Geo Group. The letter, I think, it is pretty broad and in some sense harmless because it's so vague and broad, but at the same time, I don't know what the RFP that's referenced is all about, and it would have been nice to have Mr. Young provide a little bit more information about the funds being sought. And I think that that would have been a little more consistent with the requests we've seen from numerous other groups. I think every other group. We've done this 3 or 4 times, I think, this year for other parties seeking grant or other federal state funds. So I think it was that we just weren't provided with very much information, and then our letter is, that they drafted for us is, they gave us the form, I guess, is awfully broad and lacks some specificity. So I think that to the extent you or others on this board have some information about the RFP that Geo Group is responding to, I think that'd be helpful in knowing whether or not we should sign this letter or make modifications.
The only thing I had in the reference letter from Mr. Young was the BOP RFP, and it's a federal fund for work to improve or expand, I believe. That's about as much information as I had on that. So,
That's fair.
and like I said, it was basically for the reentry center.
Do you think,
And-
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering if Mr. Young could send us just a little more information to help give us a little more context.
I can request that.
My comment on it is that first I didn't understand it. What does it end up doing? You didn't write this, did you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, well, I don't even think we should send this letter till we know more about it.
Mr. Laird,
And then
that
I'm not sure I'd vote to send it.
Commissioner Laird, just for your information, typically, we do ask that if there's an entity, or I guess agency, asking the commissioners for a letter of support for an issue, that they provide us with the letter, and then, of course, legal reviews it, and so do you
How
all.
would we support them?
That, I'm not sure, I don't know the answers, I'm just letting you know that did come from them. I'm just letting you know.
Well, I assumed it, but I don't know how we support them.
I don't know
And I
either.
particularly don't like this one line says, the proposal to serve state and federal offenders. I really don't care to serve state and federal offenders.
We are. This is for the Casper Reentry Center, so that's what they do. That's exactly what they do.
Well, I still don't have to like it.
Sure, fair enough. But I agree it's vague. I don't have any answers and we need more information. I don't have any more information either. I can is when if Mr. North gives me the contact info.
I just sent him I just sent him a request
Thank you.
while we were talking to see if we could get more information. So,
Thank you.
Okay, with that, so.
If it's a letter to help the elderly, I'd have you sign it.
So we'll put this on hold until we get more response
Sure,
and get more
thank you.
information, on that, so. Next thing is the request for the bond for Summit. And I just want everybody to have a chance to discuss this before we have a vote. Whether we do or don't support providing them the authorization for the bond, discussion.
I'll go first if you want me to.
Go ahead, Commissioner Laird.
I don't feel like I have enough information, this point. At this point, I would vote no. And the reason I would vote no is because I asked these guys that came here and wanted us to initiate this bonding, and I made it clear that I didn't like the fact that they don't have an OB department, and so ladies that use their hospital have to drive to Douglas to have their babies. I don't like that idea for various reasons, and I couldn't get a discussion out of them. And I also wanted them to agree to take over some indigent care when it expires with Banner, and that expires here in a not too distant future. And as you gentlemen know, we have a statutory obligation to pay for indigent care in the county. I'm a guy that I like competition, and I don't object to competition. I had a couple questions I wanted them to answer. I wish they would answer it. And then I've had a lot of doctors tell me they don't want me to vote for this, and they give all these reasons. And a couple doctors who do want me to vote for it, and they gave their reasons. And just so the public knows that it doesn't cost the county anything to approve a bonding issue for this hospital. It won't cost the taxpayers a single penny. They're not going to leave town if we don't give it to them, and they're going to do what they want to do even if we give it to them. And what happens, ladies and gentlemen, is if they get the bonds, they say they'll save $10 million in interest because they want to buy the building where the Summit's in, which costs $29 million, and they need to borrow the money. And we can give them a vehicle to do that at no cost to the taxpayers, no cost to the county commission in any way. So it's in our total discretion. The city could also do the same thing. If they go to the city and ask the city to sponsor it, the city may do it, and may not be concerned. I also have another thing that a couple of doctors have said is we wouldn't care if you voted for it if they don't put in an emergency room. Now, I would think a hospital ought to have an emergency room, but what I understand is that Banner gets a big check from the federal government because they're the only emergency room in the city. So if they put another emergency room in, it costs Banner money. Now, we have a couple geniuses on this commission, and one of them's Casey Coates. And Casey's sitting right there in his, he doesn't wear a suit. He's a working man. At least that's what he says. But he came up with a great idea about how to handle this. And it's his idea, and I think he needs to explain it. I wasn't going to take his thunder. I told him I was going to lean on him to say something about it. So, right now, it's one of these things, ladies and gentlemen, that you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But what I want to do is what's in the best interest of our residents. And I see all of these discussion on Facebook about you guys should do it, but they don't understand the reasoning. Some of them don't understand all the facts behind it, and it's pretty technical business. And so Casey's going to explain how this can be done, and the money can stay in Natrona County, and I really like that. Go ahead, Casey.
Commissioner Coates.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. So, to address something first with the emergency room comment of Mr. Laird. So, Banner benefits from what's called a sole community hospital designation. So, with a sole community hospital designation, it's not just the ER, it's a range of services. And so, when Banner provides a range of services as the sole hospital here, it enjoys some return of the tax dollars that you all pay to the federal government come back to support staff here in Natrona County. And most of the money that comes back, which is in the range of, 12 to $14 million a year, goes to support staff directly. And so some of that is exactly what's at risk, is 12 to $14 million a year to Natrona County, not directly to Banner, but to the employees that Banner employs, which are, our neighbors, our friends. So this isn't supporting Banner as the corporation. This is supporting our Natrona County residents that work there, that have worked there for a long time, and really are there when we need them the most. So for a little more broad view of what Banner does, Banner sees between 90 to 100 people a day in its ER. That's a heavy lift, and there's between 5 and 10 out of county transfers to Banner and our ER because it's a regional trauma center. So it's got a heavy lift, and it's not an apples to apples comparison when we look at Memorial Hospital, who is a critical access hospital who also gets federal funding, but critical access hospitals are, funded a little differently federally to make ends meet. And so when you have a population, between 8 and 15,000 in Converse County who is, utilizing their ER as their ER and as an emergency room that is not trauma capable, it's understandable that if we go down there for something that is not trauma related, that we might get faster service. But when we look at the lift that Banner's doing, it's substantial, and we should appreciate that. So, all aside, Summit is operating here. We aren't preventing them from operating. In no way, shape, or form would this county be preventing them from doing any business here by denying or approving a bond. Summit has the option to go after a conventional loan, which they could do if it's a great deal, negotiate that along similar terms that a bond might be. The stroke of genius that Commissioner Laird is talking about is Natrona County is blessed to have this entity called the Community Health Trust here, or the Collective Health Trust, and it's in charge of multiple millions of dollars. I reached out to the CEO and said, this issue's before us, and Memorial Hospital has presented this to us as a way to help them purchase the building and to save money and interest that a loan would otherwise kind of defeat the purpose of. And I said, so would the Community Health Trust or Collective Health Trust be interested in offering them a loan along similar terms? The reason behind that is because Memorial Hospital would save the same amount of money, but also that interest money that they would pay to the community or the Collective Health Trust would come back to Natrona County and improvement healthcare initiatives. So it's a win for Natrona County people. It's a win for Memorial Hospital. The only caveat to it is that Memorial Hospital would have to prove to the health trust that this is actually beneficial to the county. It's not just a profit scheme. It's not just a scheme to potentially undermine our current providers and dilute the services here to increase their bottom line. So for those reasons, I would absolutely not support issuing a bond and encourage Memorial Hospital to seek out the Collective Health Trust, sell it to people that are a little bit more in line with the healthcare needs of Natrona County, that see it every day, and everyone can win that way. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I just want to expand on something because I talked to the CEO too for the health trust. So the health trust has money that they got because of the hospital being sold. So the health trust is under contract to spend their money wisely for the health and welfare of you citizens. And so Mr. Coates and I'm sure glad he did this, he thought about this issue. And what I'm being told by the CEO is they, of course, have to get a request from the Summit people for a loan, which I would suggest the Summit people do that. And then they process that, and they have to have meetings and have it approved. And if they do approve it, they will be able to loan money to Summit to buy the property, to buy the property at a interest rate that's about what they would get if we put the bonds out. So just so you're clear, the bonds, that if we put the bonds out and they're bought and sold by investors and the money's raised, then the people that buy the bonds actually make money on buying the bonds because they have to be paid back. But the interest rates are all lower, and it ultimately ends in Summit saving $10 million if they had to go to a bank and borrow a loan at, say, 8.5% rather than 4.5%. So it's really a great idea Casey has. I don't know all of the ins and outs that the foundation goes through, but they do have a procedure and they have bylaws and requirements on how they spend your tax money. But if they make the deal, then they would loan the money, and then they would be making interest on the money they loan Summit. It would all come stay in Natrona County. And that part I like. And I like competition. And so I'm hoping that they're listening to this, and maybe they've already thought about it themselves. So they have another alternative to go to the city. And right now, I would be inclined to vote for them if they came in here and said, ladies from Natrona County don't have to drive down to Douglas to have their babies. We've fixed that. We got an obstetrical unit, but they won't commit to that. I asked them a couple times to do that. And some other services that I think are necessary for Natrona County people, especially some of our elderly people that are on Medicare. And so they'll get that straightened out. I think they're good business people from Commerce County. I know most of them, and they're decent people. They're Wyomingites. They're our neighbors. They have 200 people working in their hospital. 40,000 people from Natrona County have already used Summit Hospital. They've made that choice. In fact, I see one of the Summit employees sitting back there now who's a great nurse. And so they have a great organization. They have great people working there. And so hopefully the owners will get their business plan in a way that's going to get them what they want. And now Mr. Coates has thought something up, and I know from talking to the CEO today that he's talking about Beth Worthen, who runs that, and she has a board of directors, and they're going to consider that. And then we'll see where we go.
Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nicholas?
Sometimes I feel like I'm Debbie Downer. I appreciate the creativity from Commissioner Coates, and I appreciate Commissioner Laird's enthusiasm for the creativity. We have we have a handful of contracts with the trust, the Collective Health Trust of Natrona County. We have some of those same agreements are also with Banner, Wyoming Medical Center, as a party. And then there are even separate contractual agreements between the trust and Banner Wyoming Medical Center. So it'll be good for people to do their due diligence. I think that the clause I come back to in one or more of those contracts between the county and the trust is that the trust's purpose is to improve the health care of the citizens of Natrona County. And so what we have to do if we encourage this or sign on, maybe formally encourage this by voting on it, is to make sure that we're doing something that's consistent with the contracts. And I'm sure that the trust has to make sure that anything it does with Summit is consistent with its contracts with Wyoming Medical Center Banner. And frankly, I think some of those items or some of the analysis is difficult. And I think for the very reasons that Commissioners Coates and Laird mentioned in their comments. So even if the county isn't sponsoring, by encouraging a party with whom we've contracted to sponsor, are we doing our utmost for the healthcare of Natrona County? And I think that this is a tough call because on one hand, we do have some unmet needs. And on the other hand, we have Wyoming Medical Center operating and doing what it can for the community. So they're not perfect by any stretch, Wyoming Medical Center. But we do have to be mindful of our contractual obligations. I know the trust does too. Thanks.
All right, have we got any other discussion?
Commissioners, two things. Boards, I sent out, I put the stuff on your chairs and I put it on the website, also send it to the media and the press. We've had a couple people call. I told them just to expect interviews sometime in November. It still hasn't been decided. And then I haven't had a chance to visit with the city yet, but Halloween is the 31st. I don't know if you guys know if it's, it's just around the corner. And the ghouls and the goblins and the ghosts, they'll be roaming around. Do I have permission, or are we gonna do Halloween candy? In the past, it's always been $50 out of, the commissioners will cover $50 for each department, and then the rest comes out of their line.
This is our secretary, Michelle, and we listen to her very closely, and I'm for doing that.
Everybody okay?
Yes, with regard to the latter and with regard to the former, do we need to wait for interviews? I think November sounds reasonable.
We can do that through email. So
That's fine.
we don't have to talk about that right now. We can look at our schedule and get that set. So,
Okay, yep, that's.
but yeah, we'll get that set.
And you'll, when you see the sheet, it's not gonna, unless we get bombarded with applicants, this one won't be a hard one, cause the sheet's pretty small.
Okay, back to what our subject was on Summit. And this is strictly on whether we support the bond issue or we don't. I am willing to accept, at this point, a motion for either refusing or denial of the bond, or moving forward and giving them that authorization. So,
Mr. Chairman, where I'm kind of at with that is, I just learned of Mr. Coates's thoughts, I guess, yesterday. And so I would like to table a vote on what we're gonna do until they explore this issue with the foundation. It's a big deal for them. It's a big deal for the community. It's a big deal for a lot of people. And so if somehow they work the issue out between themselves satisfactorily, I would prefer that. And so I would make a motion
but
to
that,
table it for another.
Commissioner Laird, though, that doesn't really reflect on what this board is doing.
Well, I
That's
understand
something totally
because,
different.
but it may be that we don't have to do anything. That's the point. I like it when people get together and they make their own deals, I don't like to tell people what to do unless I absolutely have to. We absolutely have to do that. I would rather our citizens get the deal put together and we affirm it, really. So that's what I'd like to do here. And maybe nobody agrees with that, but what does another 30 days matter with this thing now being presented? That might be, they all may say, no, we don't want to do it. We want you to vote on it. Fine, I'll vote on it. but, I'd rather they solve it themselves. Myself.
So we have a motion to table. Do we have a second? Okay, we don't have a second, so the motion fails. Do we have a motion for approval or denial? Okay, at this point, we don't have any motion for approval or denial, so that means there will be no action taken on this, which will not be brought up again unless conditions change and the full board requests that it be brought up. Okay, all right. All right, we'll move on to the approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
so I was a little unclear, for items for commissioner discussion. I had one item, I think that the commissioners all received an email from Mary Throne, the attorney for Prometheus something or other. And I just want the public to be aware, that 2 days ago, we received, information that there was by Casper Carbon Capture, a digital infrastructure campus, a data center, with carbon sequestration, that is going to be proposed in the Meadow Acres, Cow Hollow area, and that it would be potentially on, the boundary line of both Converse, the Converse Natrona County boundary line. So we don't have any, I don't have any more information about that, but the public needs to know that that is potentially coming up. And so as a discussion item, do we know anything more about that?
What you just said is, I think, is the only information that any of us have.
Okay.
Is this Commissioner Mel?
No, I don't have any.
Okay.
And we remember Casper Carbon Capture came to us about a year and a half ago or so, with a wind project to then put carbon, put CO2 in an area off the Hat 6 Road. So it would appear that there may be some relation, but that's all I can surmise. Thanks.
Okay, at this point, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Mel.
Looks like we've got one item on the consent agenda that needs to be removed from tabling. It would be Resolution 3625A, reference policy regulating heavy vehicle traffic on designated residential access roads. I would move to remove that resolution from the table and consent agenda for discussion.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And with that being said, I don't know, do you want to move for the consent now, or do you want to go to the resolution?
Let's go to the consent first, and then we'll do the resolution.
Then I'd move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, so motion passed. All right, now we can move on to the resolution. Commissioner Milne, I will let you start out with that,
Well,
since you made that motion.
Right. First, I'd make a motion to approve that resolution with discussion. I'd like to hear from the attorneys, county attorneys, as to the changes of the resolution, so that we can have it on record for public, basically, the final changes.
second the motion. You're up.
All right. So there was additional changes that I know that Commissioner Nicolason had done too. I don't know, like, if we want to discuss those along with these or how we want to do that.
Any changes from the original resolution, what we're passing tonight potentially?
Okay. Because the resolution I printed out the resolution with the changes that Commissioner Nicolason had done as well. So we can discuss. So we had changed. Sorry.
I don't have a copy.
Ashley, have you got copies of that? Cause we don't.
Peter had emailed him. Yes. Lita, can you give that to me too? Because I just have the clean copy. So one moment. Or actually, while she's doing that, so as we had previously discussed, we decided that we wanted to have kind of like an appeal process. So we. There we go. Yes.
I think it might be easier before we get into the appeal language, because we both made some suggestions for us to get the actual copies in front of us, so we
Yeah.
can.
I think it's going to be
keep up
easier
with
just to
you.
hold on for a little bit until we get those copies. Okay. So one of the first changes that, and this was one from Commissioner Nicolason, was in the 1, 2, 3, fourth whereas down on the first page. He just changed. We had the symbol and so he changed it to the word and add department where it says road and bridge. So it's road and bridge department director. So then the next changes that, and this is changes that we had discussed at our last meeting, is section 2A. So we moved where it says except as expressly permitted under this resolution. We did some reformatting on that paragraph, so we moved that to the beginning of that paragraph instead of at the end, or of that sentence rather. Section 3, this is the one where we had discussed that was several changes that we were wanting to make to this section that I needed to sit down and kind of work out. So section 3A, again, we changed with the changes, it would read, the road and bridge department shall make a written decision. The written decision was something added by Commissioner Nicolason. Yeah. Yes, you are correct, because we did have decision in there, but we're just gonna say that it has to be a written decision. Whether to issue a temporary or project-based permit for single and tandem axle trucks use based on, one, safety conditions, two, trip frequency duration, and it gives a list. We had that list previously, so that didn't change. One of the things that was changed though that we added was section 3B. That states the Road and Bridge Department's decision may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. An appeal must be made in writing within 30 days of the Road and Bridge Department's decision. Upon receipt of the appeal, the Board of County Commissioners shall conduct a contested hearing pursuant to Wyoming statute annotated section 16.3.107. Because that statute details the contested hearing procedures. So we're just going to say that we're going to follow that statute. And then we also added section C. It says permits shall not exceed 30 days unless authorized by the Road and Bridge Department. Commissioner Nicolason, he also added no permit shall exceed a period of 90 days without the prior consent of the Board of County Commissioners. So essentially that would give our Road and Bridge Director the ability to approve it essentially twice, and then after that it would have to come to you guys. Or I guess 3 times, then it'd have to come to you. And then and that should be A, B, C. So section, it says B, but it should be section D. It says permit conditions may include the permittee making reasonable road maintenance, repairs, and or improvements. That little bit was added by Commissioner Nicolason. And then what is currently section C would go to E. What is written here as section D would go to F. And those were all the changes that we had made.
Commissioner Nicholas.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley, for, I think it's clear, but the stuff in blue is the stuff I added after the stuff in red. I think that it's pretty self-explanatory, other than, I felt that permits, that maybe we needed some outside limitation on the ability to perpetually extend permits. My thinking was that after a period of 90 days, if we need another, if the applicant needs another 90 days, then at least we ought to know about it. And so it comes, I think it can be done pretty informally. But I think the public probably expects this board to have some control at some point. And so I think that this finds the balance between giving the department head or director sufficient flexibility to grant some extensions, and in most of those cases, we probably don't care. It's probably a no-brainer. But the public might wonder, for example, if we were down the road 6 months or 12 months or 2 years, and you guys haven't even heard this, or heard of this. So I that's why I put that cap of 90 days on there without our prior consent.
Any other comments?
You have a clean copy of this?
I
don't want to put it off again.
No, I do. The one thing though I'm gonna have to run up to my office and fix real quick is just that subsection D, E, and F.
We can
Ex-
address it
yeah.
in the motion to get
Yeah.
that corrected.
I-
That's easy enough.
Kind of just did that right now, so
We can do that in the motion.
we don't have to set anything off. If you guys want to approve this as those recommendations as
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'd have to be okay with it.
Yep.
So I call for the question.
Well, we need a friendly amendment to adjust the correct number.
Say this is
Would make a friendly
And
amendment
then-
to adjust the lettering
As stated.
as stated.
Okay, all right. Ashley, did you get that? We have a friendly amendment to the motion Michelle, Commissioner Coates made to adjust the, lettering
In section 3.
in section 3.
Yes.
So,
Yes. Yeah, and I
Okay.
can just draft a quick one for Michelle real quick
okay.
using the computer.
Okay, so, all right. We have a motion, we have a second, we had a friendly amendment that was approved. So all in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, so moved. All right. We got it done. Got her done, okay. At this time, this is a hearing. Okay, at this time, I declare the public hearing open for the consideration of notice of consideration for proposal of vacation of the public roads in Vista West 1 subdivision. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, rules of the Natrona County Commission, and applicable laws. May we have the staff report? Ashley, are you doing the staff report? Oh, okay,
I think we're okay here. Good evening again.
okay.
I know that the viewer was not available tonight, but I know Bob Doctor is here, the petitioner. However, with respect to Vista West 1 and the current petition, I just wanted to put some context. In 2023, there was, I guess, an earlier petition to vacate certain roads, alter certain roads in Vista West 1. I don't have any personal knowledge why that failed, I guess, didn't go through. Perhaps Mr. Doctor does. I just know that we had that. But in July, Mr. Doctor filed a petition to vacate all of the public roads in Vista West 1. We followed the statute, the appropriate resolution, 3225, accepting the petition and appointing the viewer. We have the oath and report of the viewer, Bob Farringer. We have the second resolution that accepted the viewer's report, approved the publication. I signed the affidavit of mailing of notice on October 1st. I signed the affidavit of publication on October 1st as well. I believe we received, I had counted at one time, approximately 12 objections via writing. And those all came from, to my knowledge, I haven't reviewed them, in detail today. I did review them, came from Vista West 3 landowners, property owners. And so we are here today for you all to, I guess, take public comment and either decide to vacate the roadways or not vacate the roadways.
Okay, before we go too much further, I'm going to request Chief Oliver come up because this is a item that's been brought up in the past. Thank you for
Hello, everyone.
sticking around. I just want to clarify or make sure that everybody understands what your position is as fire chief as far as emergency response goes in reference to Vista West 3, Vista West 1, those areas, and what your concerns, or if there are any concerns about anything.
Sure. So a couple of years ago when we started this project, I made some recommendations to the homeowners associations. And at this time, I'm going to stand by those. And basically, my stance is on that. Now I'd like to clarify, I'm only speaking on that short section of Grass Creek Road. The rest of the requests for the zoning and the roads, I'm not aware of. So
Let me ask you this before you go there. If the roads are made private, if we do honor this vacation request so that the roads are private with private access. Is that gonna stop your access or your entry in to any of those areas, with fire trucks or any emergency vehicles?
No, it should not. By law, they still have to be accessible as fire department access roads. We don't necessarily, the difference is, us driving over there right now and stopping and using a fire hydrant for training, maybe something like that. We probably wouldn't do that if they were considered private roads for sure. But as far as emergency response, they would still have to allow access.
Okay, all right, so.
And then as far as the short section on Grass Creek Road, that section, if the homeowners associations want to take that out of the zoning as a public road and dissolve that as a road, my suggestion, and what I thought was in place, when this was all said and done last time, was that's okay. The road has been in that condition and it's pretty much been not used as a road for over 20 years. We have not responded there, used that as a response route. We will and would for sure if needed, but on a primary response route. There's several reasons to come to mind why we wouldn't use that initially. Now, if there's an issue getting in off of 6WN Road, we need that access. So my recommendation was to go ahead and let them make that private, because I respect and understand the reasonings that they have, the four-wheeler traffic and this and that. What I think would be a fair compromise is for that little section is to let the homeowners associations make it private, so there's no public access on it. But I would like to stay with my original suggestion, which would be to leave that as a fire department access road and emergency egress out of the Vista West. So if there's an issue, we can put a gate across that road. We can put up fire department access only signs, private property, no trespassing. We can do that. It's in the code that we can mark that as private property for the homeowners associations, but that would still leave us an access point to get into the subdivision if the access off 6WN Road was closed. And the more important thing is, that would leave the residents of that Vista West subdivision an emergency egress route. Now, as far as the fire code goes, we can do that and we can assist the homeowners associations with the variances on a bunch of different things. But as far as actually closing the road, I don't know if it's possible to pull a map up, a Google map of the subdivision, but basically the fire code states for 1 and 2 family dwellings of residential developments of 1 or 2 family dwellings where the number of dwellings units exceeds 30 shall be provided with 2 separate and approved fire department access roads. So I'm not sure how the subdivision was set up, back in the day, but when I look at it now, I look at that little access point between the Grass Creeks as kind of that secondary access. So I would like to see that.
Is that the one that has the chain across?
Yes, sir, it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
And like I said, that's the only road issue for the Vista West subdivisions that I am aware of. So that's all I'm speaking on tonight. But I think if they would agree, if the homeowners associations would agree to, leave that so where we can have private or fire department access, and then the residents could have emergency egress out of the subdivision if the one access is closed, but keep the public traffic off that road. I think that would be a fair compromise for both of the subdivisions, but ultimately it's their home, so.
Yeah, so chief, if it's private road, private access, but they have that for emergencies, it wouldn't affect anything?
I believe as long as in the future, the only downside of that is if we do get rid of the private or the public road access and do it private, I would imagine it's sometime in the future, under legality, somebody would be able to fight that and want that closed.
But Vista West 3 is private.
What's that? I'm sorry, Vista West?
3 is actually private roads, private access. It's only Vista West 1 that is currently, that we're talking about right now. So the stuff on
Okay.
the south, the
Yeah.
north side is already private.
So that definitely, you know, having just a combination within 30 feet like that, that definitely adds a uniqueness to it. So, but that's where I would be, if they would like it sealed off, where there's a permanent fence across it and nobody can access it, I do think that that's probably not the greatest thing to do. There's only one access in and out of that subdivision. And, it doesn't take much to block a residential street, as we know. So I would definitely like to see it open, but I understand them wanting it closed to the public. So that would be my suggestion, and that's what I would like to stay with, is I'm definitely okay and would work with the homeowners associations to close that, put up the proper type of signage, make sure that the gate requirements, you know, are met for us, and then whether that gate is locked with some type of lock, or if it's just, you know, closed, would have to be up to homeowners associations, and then we would just work with them there. But I think ultimately that's probably the best compromise for this situation that I've been able to come up with. And it doesn't necessarily meet everybody's, you know, what they're wanting, but it kind of gives both homeowner associations a little bit of room to work with each other.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner, I do have a few questions, sir. I'm sorry, I'm confused now.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so this is the petition for Vista West 1, just make sure we're on the same page for that, right?
That I was just made aware tonight that I was asked if I would show up and speak on the Grass Creek Road. It's
Okay.
that little 30 or 40
Well,
foot
And
extension there.
that's my next question. Can you give us more details, what short section you're referring to?
Yeah, can we pull up a Google map?
I do not have that ability.
Okay.
I'm not that smart. I'm sorry.
So I've
You can
got-
use my computer though.
I have Google here, and basically, there is a section of Grass Creek Road that kind of right on the northern border of one homeowner association, the southern border of the other.
Okay.
Is there used to be a section there that you could go from 3 to 1, and it was originally designed as a road. It was improved surface as a road surface. I don't know if it was ever paved, but it was improved and it was used as a road. At some point after that, somebody put up like a wire gate fence to block that access.
There's a good picture of it on page 349 of the PDF. Or,
Perfect. Yeah.
looking south.
Looking south. Okay, perfect.
So your concerns are with that particular section?
That's the only one that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of any other petitions or issues with the other roads.
Okay. And so your recommendation is that road, that section of road that we're going to pull up remains public or returns back to private? That's what I'm not quite clear.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
so
I just want to make sure.
as a fire code official, I would be okay with them going or releasing that as a public road and putting that back to a private subdivision road. But with the stipulation of there has to be a gate there, what we're looking at right now is a violation of the fire code currently.
Okay.
And what we see there is we see basically that section of road hasn't been used for several years. We've got vegetation overgrown, and you can clearly see that those are ATV or four-wheeler type tracks, so they're not full-size vehicles. So basically, if we could the fire code states a minimum of 20 feet wide. So if we could just have an agreement, whether it be an MOU or an agreement between the homeowners associations that they would keep at least a 20 foot wide access through there. And the minimum requirements for a single gate are 20 foot width. And so if they would at least put a gate right where that fence is, leave the gate closed, put up signs that, keep the public out of there, I think that would be appropriate, but leave it open so the residents can egress out of there if they have to. And then if by chance we have to use that as a response route, we could stop and open the gate and go in that way.
There might be a better picture, both looking north and south,
Okay.
page 340. And it does show a couple gates in place.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle.
And just want to be clear on the access for the gates. So it's 20-foot wide gate minimum for a single gate, excuse me, and 12-foot wide for a double gate. And I'd be willing to work as long as we can fit our trucks through there. It wouldn't necessarily have to be 20 feet. I think we could definitely work with the homeowner associations on that. But that is my recommendation for that section of road, for sure. I definitely think it's needed and it's required by the fire code. But I also think that with it basically being, for better lack of words, abandoned for the last, it's at least 20 years that I've been with the fire district, that road has been blocked in some way. So, if we could utilize it, that would be great, but I understand keeping the public off of it as well.
Thank you, at least from my perspective.
Okay. Any other questions for Chief Oliver? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leda, did you have any?
I went through the procedural history. I know that you all have I don't know what page it is in the packet because I have a different notebook, but the viewer recommends that the roads were originally dedicated for the use and enjoyment of the owners, not dedicated to the public. So this would be returning them to their original status. The reasons that the homeowners association back in 1995 dedicated them to the public. I mean, from reading the viewer's report, it sounds like there were issues with VA loans and such. I don't know personally. And all of the other roads surrounding Vista West subdivisions are private roads, including in Vista West 3. And the viewer noted that the homeowners association appears to be doing a good job of maintaining the roads at this time, and that we, the road and bridge department, do not perform any maintenance or snow removal in this subdivision. And that's the information I have. I believe Mr. Doctor's here, though.
Go ahead, Commissioner Nicolason.
Question for members of the board, but also for legal. Is the planning department required to provide a recommendation to us, kind of put everything together and then say, in their opinion, this is the recommendation?
Not to my knowledge, not in the property statutes. I don't believe in the zoning or in the planning office, no. And I don't see Sabrina here to answer. But doing all these, I know that when I prepared them for the last however many years and reading the statutes, that is something that legal's never done. We're happy to do that, obviously, if that's something you all prefer.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the subdivision regulations and I have no idea what was in effect at the time either of these subdivisions was approved, but currently in section 9 on page 5, it says the applicant may be required to develop and dedicate to the public a road or easement if the road would be a logical extension of an existing public road. And then at the end of that same paragraph, it says land may be required to be preserved by the property owner for possible future extension of a public road. And I don't know what was going on in the late 70s or early 80s, but it seems possible that, this is why some of the roads are public, to connect with some of the arterial collector roads once you get outside these subdivisions. So I don't know, council, if you can make sense of that. I'm trying to form a question, but I just don't know if you've reviewed that section 9 and have any guidance for us on whether or not that's relevant to the discussion tonight.
Commissioner Nicholas, and this was actually, it says in here that these were originally dedicated to private roads, private access, and they only changed it. And Mr. Doctor will be able to address this a little better when he comes up. And I would, at this point in time, instead of getting into that portion of it, I want to go ahead and have this hearing.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one clarifying question?
Huh?
Can I ask one clarifying question?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Nicholas, are you getting at the fact that irrespective of what was happening when the original roads were dedicated to the public, now because we have our subdivision agreements, we were in violation of our subdivision agreements? Is that what you're getting at if we go through with this?
Well, I'm not going to make that legal conclusion.
Sure.
But clearly, whenever we do something, I think we need to make sure it's consistent with our regulations. And if it isn't, that we have a legal basis or justification for that. So I think it's two parts. It's number one, I don't know what was going on in the late 70s, early 80s, or from that point forward with respect to these roads or that little segment of road. But I do point out to the commission and council, this section 9 and whatever we do tonight, if we're not going to be consistent with that, then we should have a legal reason for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Milne.
That's the same feeling I've got is regardless of the past, we've got to follow what's current. Since it's been dedicated public, we've got to follow what we have in front of us now with current rules, regulations, zoning, whatever. So I would feel uncomfortable making or voting on any motion tonight other than a motion to table this for the county attorney to come back to us with a legal opinion on what we're able to do on this in memo form. I don't want to go against what we currently have unless we do, like Commissioner Nicolason says, have the legal standing and background and evidence that allows us to go one way if we did decide to go to approve the petition.
Well, last time,
Well,
the last time we were here, they were gonna go settle it among themselves, but I guess that didn't happen. Huh?
we were
I wish you guys would say something. I'd like to hear from you.
we are here to have, wait a minute, just hold on a minute. This is a hearing. And we will follow the procedure in this hearing. At the end of this hearing, at that point in time, we will make motions at that point in time. Everybody came out tonight to speak, to tell us what your thoughts were on this, and I believe that you need to be heard before any motions are made. And at that point in time, then we'll move forward. And if the motion at that time is to table it and not make a decision until we hear something else, then we'll go that route. But tonight, we're going to move on with the hearing. And at this point in time, I'm going to request those that would like to speak in favor of this petition to come to the lectern. Please state your name and your address.
Chairman North and Commissioners, I'm Bob Doctor, the current president of the Vista West 1 subdivision. Thank you for hearing our petition. I would also like to thank Lita, Danae, and all the staff at the county's attorney's office for their hard work. They've been prompt, courteous, knowledgeable, informed, and wonderful to work with. They helped us clear up some of the confusion that plagued us the last time that seems to be plaguing us again this time. So if I can first, let me clear up what we were doing last time. When the homeowners met, We wanted, as our fire captain has said, to prevent public access routinely through our subdivision. But we also wanted the sheriff to keep patrolling because of the speeders. So the compromise there was if the north part of that road were private, we would be able to prevent all the public traffic through our subdivision. And we were very happy to put up the fence that was just mentioned between our subdivisions. We're happy to do that. And that was one of the initial conditions. Of course, we want emergency access for our neighbor 3. Of course we do. We have no intention of putting up a permanent blockade so they can't get through there. And as proof of that, in the last few years, there were 2 times where their road was blocked by construction. And in both of those instances, we allowed our neighbors to come through our neighborhood. So any rumors about us blocking that off and stopping all access are totally unfounded and false. And I would say the short version of this, if you would approve this with the condition that we work with the fire department to put up the same kind of a gate that Vista West 3 has already put up on their side, we're happy to do that. Of course. We've always been happy to do that. We are, and I, as the president of our association, I'm looking out for the interests of the people in our subdivision that live on that dusty road. The last thing they need is more dust. And the last thing we need is more road maintenance to pay for because of the excess traffic. Now, with that said, I've got a bunch of stuff here. I'll be quick, a minute. First, I think of jurisdiction. I don't believe Vista West 3 has any standing in this matter. These roads belong to the residents of Vista West 1. Vista West 1 doesn't get to tell Vista West 3 what to do with their roads in their subdivision. This is our petition for our roads. The second and third reasons I was talking to access points and safety, and I think you just heard a lot about that. We understand that. Remember, though, the rules for 2 access points were laws or rules that came into play after our subdivision was developed. You can't enact and enforce rules retroactively. I spent enough time with the DEQ knowing you can't enforce rules retroactively. So, and we all know there are plenty of subdivisions in Natrona County with only 1 access point. So there's a little bit of a red herring there. But we would be happy to work with the fire department to put in an access road there if that's what you would prefer. But we really need to stop the excess traffic coming through our neighborhood. And I just didn't read most of what I put down here, but I'm running out of time. Again, thank you all. Please approve this for the sake of the folks in Vista West 1. They're going to have to live with the dust and the mess and the traffic at our school bus stop if we don't get there privatized. Thank you all very much.
He's taller than I am. My name is Carrie Amy, Eighmy. I live at 2034 Willow Creek in Vista West 3. I and many, contrary to what you might hear later tonight, but many of my neighbors, I would say most, we're just all tired of this, but we agree with what Mr. Doctor just said. I would like to reiterate that our neighborhood has been in place far longer than the 2013 statute that you keep referencing, because Westgate doesn't have more egress. If you start going around neighborhoods and making sure that we all have lots of egress, you're going to have a lot of jobs to do. I was surprised to see that first picture and to have the fire chief not know. There's a very nice gate there. Vista West 3 took a lot of time, and after the last thing, we did work together, and we did put in a gate. It's worked well. I ride my horses and my bikes, and we have no four-wheeler kids, and that it works out really nice. I have no doubt that in an emergency, the fire chief could do exactly what he would do when all of our locked fire hydrants. He would just simply use a padlock locker. I guess I'll just end it. I do hope you don't table this, because this has just been going on and on and on.
And like Mr. Doctor said, Vista West 3 doesn't have any standing. The board, the people, we don't have a standing to tell whether or not you should privatize Vista West 1. But I do know that road maintenance, patrolling, all that stuff, it's not being done by the county. There's no reason for the county to maintain this, this is our road. It should be put back to where it was, how it was intended in the first place. I'm not dissing any police or fire or anybody when I say that, they're not out there. Nobody's plowing those roads. Nobody's maintaining those roads. We are. Our HOAs are doing that. Vista West 1, Vista West 3, however we want to do that, that's how we're doing it. We're not doing it with county money. So please don't table it. This just keeps going on and on and on because you're trying to figure some things out that actually, I just don't see where they have bearing. But anyway, have a really nice night, and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioners, my name's Pat Clark. I live at 1664 North Grass Creek, 2 lots from the end of the road, what we're talking about. And the thing I haven't heard tonight at all needs to be addressed, and that's the safety of the children. We've got at least a half a dozen kids that are under junior high age, from 1 to 12, that are on that road. They don't play in the road. Their parents keep them off it unless they're doing a walk and they walk along the ditch. But I think that needs to be addressed because that traffic that comes in and they go up to there and they see it's blocked, they're ticked. So they peel around and they burn out, and not at 20 miles an hour. So I think that really needs to be taken into consideration too. Yeah, it costs more to maintain the roads because of everything, but those children are more important than anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyla Volz, 1389 North Grass Creek Road with Vista West 1. I have a 8 and a 10-year-old in the hallway. They've been waiting 2 hours to provide our comments on the hearing. They're often outdoors, and their safety is concerning to me. So I have come and spent my evening waiting to give comments. So please do not delay this over some concern that maybe we should have public connecting roads. This road is a road to nowhere. Okay, there's no reason to make it a road. Vista West 3 is private. Vista West 1 is public, and it comes off of Zero Road. There's no reason for people to drive on Grass Creek Road through Vista 1 to the road to nowhere. They are private. If there are Vista West 3 members who would like to consider this a public road, then they should petition for their road to be public. And then we have an issue. But as long as they are private, why are we not allowed to be private? We've addressed the safety issues. Let's take care of the second safety issues, which is the additional vehicles putting my children at risk. I won't stay to hear whether you table or move to adjourn or recess or postpone indefinitely or whatever proper parliamentary procedure Robert's Rules of Order grants you. I'm going to go home and take care of my children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Brew Till. I live at 1468 North Buck Creek Road. I currently do all the road maintenance for Buck Creek and Grass Creek. Once again, the way I see this is we were private before. We should go back to private. We receive no help from the county. We don't want the help from the county. We can take care of our own. Just like the gal that just spoke, if Vista West 3 was public, then I could see this being an issue. But with them being private and us wanting to go back to private,
I don't see that being an issue, especially with regards that we are willing to participate with a gate for the fire department and do whatever we need to do so that they can provide access. Has nothing to do with trying to shut people out, just has everything to do with going back to the way things were. Thank you for your time.
I need to ask you a question.
Okay.
I gotta get this straight in my mind. You say that that your roads are public and theirs are private. and
Correct.
Your road was once private. Why did it change? Do you know?
Bob? Do you mind if,
Yeah, no, I need to have that question answered. I don't quite understand it.
Yes, Bob, back again, Mr. Laird. The reason we wanted them changed to public status is so the sheriff would patrol and stop all this crazy traffic going through our subdivision. You saw the photograph of the four-wheel trail that was coming in and out of our subdivision from Vista West 3. That's why we changed it. But the sheriff can't be there all the time. And so it really hasn't done us any good to have our roads be dedicated to the public. The VA issue is no longer an issue. We just want our roads back so that we have a little bit of control over the public going in and out of our
So
subdivision.
who created this problem?
People in other subdivisions racing into our subdivision on their ATVs is the roots of this, really.
And you think that if we bring this back to private roads, that'll cure that issue?
That will help. And I just heard this. Yeah, some of our own people do it. We know them. We talk to their moms and dads, and we can do something about it.
Cause these other neighbors a problem that live there? Why are there people against that, doing it that way?
That's Vista West. We 3 people. That's not Vista West 1.
Well, yeah, so why are they against it?
I don't know.
speak on their behalf, sir.
I can't speak on their behalf.
What did they tell you?
Well, they raised issues of safety and fire, which you just heard are not the case.
Yeah, well, they'll probably get up and talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything
Thank you.
else?
No, thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian Allspaw. I live at 1730 North Buck Creek Road. I am at the very corner opposite of the road in question, and I can confirm to Bob and everyone who said about the speeding, it is a very, very big problem there. At certain points, I have witnessed vehicles coming around that corner, and in such a fashion that I thought they were either going to end up in my yard or my adjoining neighbor's fence line. I agree with everything that they have said, that if we can control our roads and get access, to just, the residents there, with the exception of the fire department and everything, it'd be a lot better for us. Thank you.
Is everything we're talking about here a Vista One road?
Yes.
And so all you really want to do is control your own road?
Correct.
And why is there a problem with that? I don't get it. I don't get why this case hasn't been settled.
We don't
Don't
either.
tell me what.
Sorry.
I'm gonna finish.
I just know what the HOA president has told us, and I just thought I'd come up here and.
So
give my
we're
2
not
cents.
changing the Vista 3 road. We're just changing the Vista 1 road back to what we
Correct.
wanted it to go back to. Okay, I got it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am from but I want to try to get these people started.
Bradley Olson, 1767 North Grass Creek. The new fence that Vista 3 put in is actually adjacent to my property to get into Vista West 3. There's been, I moved in 2002. There was a fence there prior to me. It was a woven wire with barbed wire across the top. The neighbor to the north of me, who'd been there 10, 20 years before me, told me that a fence had always been there. One night we were in the summertime, everybody was just kind of in the backyards hanging out, and some teenagers came roaring up Grass Creek really fast, drove through the woven wire, got scared, turned around and went right back through it and headed down Grass Creek. So, and his name was Tubbs, Mr. Tubbs and I, we then put up the split rail so that it was more visible. So that's why there's a split rail fence there, and it was installed in 2004. It's very easy to take apart, was never intended to hold fire department or anybody out, but that's what we put in because that's the materials we had. We just want the roads to go back to public because we own them. Or back to private, excuse me, from public.
I got you.
Yeah, you know, and you can look at the statutes, the 2013 subdivision regulation. You can't retroactively go back to a two access retroactively unless you're gonna add 6 plots to a subdivision, which is impossible to do to these two because they've been around once in 77, once in 74. And the fire code appendix D applies, but it's not retroactive either to require 2 entrances into a subdivision. With that being said, we got together in my shop after the last meeting when you told us to get together and come to an agreement. We did. Vista 3 put up a fence with 2 gates. I think they're 10 footers. For the fire department for access for emergency purposes as needed. We did take some stuff down, and then some residents in Vista 3 took it upon themselves, opened the gates up and decided they were going to start driving through. We talked to Vista 3, shut the gates, and then a cable went up on Vista West side because, and I think it was you, Commissioner Laird, that said until we can get this resolved, the status quo stays in place and it remains closed. And that should be in the minutes and the notes of what you had. And that's where we kind of left it at this point. We just want to return our roads back to public, have the control that we have, or private, excuse me, back to private as the way it should be and continue on. And we want to work with them. Never have we wanted to keep the fire department going through. For this past year, 2 weeks ago, my father-in-law passed away from 2 types of cancer. He had jaw cancer, and he also had prostate cancer. The ambulance had been to my house more times than I got fingers this past year to take him to Banner, whether it was low blood pressure or bleeds or whatever. Emergency services is very important, and I fully understand that. And my house and the house to the north of me are probably the farthest in both subdivisions to get emergency services to. So the last thing we want to do is not allow that to happen. That is not the point. We don't want to block it off for emergency services, but we want to block it off so people don't just come running through there at will. And with that, I appreciate it unless you got any questions.
Thank you.
All right, at this time I'd ask, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Doctor. I live at 7617 Northlands Creek Road in Vista West 1. You've heard the name Doctor before. We're related. I think the important thing here is for neighbors to be neighborly. Vista West 3 has private roads because that's what they, as residents of that subdivision, chose to have. We didn't come in and say, we don't want you to have private roads. I don't understand why we are not allowed to also consider our roads to be privatized if we are the residents of that subdivision. So the privatization of the roads here should be a non-issue. The residents voted for it. 91% of them voted for it at the last annual meeting. Privatization of the roads is something we have a right to, and it's what we're asking for. It doesn't really concern Vista West 3 because they have private roads. We didn't tell them they couldn't. We'd like to have the same option. Now, we have private roads, they have private roads. There's a section there that should the fire department or any emergency services need to get into Vista 3 because 6WN Road is blocked, let them in. Do what needs to be done for the welfare of our neighbors. And I think we're trying very hard to be neighborly, but we're being cast as the bad people who are wanting to keep the safety at bay, to keep the fire department out if need be. That's ridiculous. That is not at all what we would like to do. We want to work with them and make sure that both sides of that little piece of road have access to emergency services. So anything contrary to that is just not true. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Josh Oster, 1481 North Grass Creek Road, Vista West 1. I have a unique perspective, I guess. I used to be where Tubbs used to live in Vista West 3, 1807, on the other side of the fence of Brad Olson. I since have moved from Vista West 3 into Vista West 1 about 10 years ago. I guess the perspective I want to point out to the commission is when I attended the board meetings in Vista West 3, not granted, this has been 12 years ago. There was never a question of this gate or this fence, whether it needed to be there, whether it didn't need to be there in any of the meetings that I ever attended in Vista West 3. So it was not a concern at that time. I will say from living on that corner, right next to Brad, the corner of that far corner on Vista West 3, having young kids at the time, they're getting older now, but I did not want people flying through there for the same reasons that had already been discussed. Same reason on Vista West 1. I also live on the side of the road with the dust flies. So if I lived on the other side of the road, I'd be fortunate, but I'm not. And the wind blows the dust to where I can't even leave my windows open. So increased traffic creates more dust. That's where I come from. Also, my young kids have grown up on that road on both sides of the fence. I appreciate people that drive slow. So if we have slower traffic and also access for medical, when I lived in Vista West 3, my neighbor, Bobby Ritz, who taught me how to garden very well, he was very good at it, he died, had a heart attack, and I was there. Well, actually, I was there with his wife and him to help him come out, or her come out, and medical services were not an issue back then. Now, again, this was 11 years ago when Mrs. Ritz probably passed, so there was never an issue back then, and I would second what the fire chief said. I don't think they would honestly axe that, because they know the way the roads work. They do their due diligence ahead of time, so they're not waiting. But I also am not sticking around. I go back to work. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Larry Sandoval. I live at 1440 North Grass Creek Road. Everything that's been said tonight, I won't repeat. I think they're all valid points with plenty of merit. I just wanted to speak briefly to the maintenance piece. We, as the residents of Vista West 1, we pay into the maintenance that gets done each year. We just moved here just last May, and it was interesting to see last summer the road held up nice. Once the rains and the snows came in the fall and the winter, that road deteriorates pretty quickly. It held up after the maintenance that was done back in the spring, and then just all the rain that we had here back in September, it started to deteriorate again rapidly. And so I guess my point, with us being responsible for paying into the maintenance and the management of that road, we want to be able to do that without the undue burden of having additional traffic coming from, whether it's UTVs, ATVs, whatever the case might be. And so that's my point, is right now, just on our side on North Grass Creek Road, I think there's 18 homes, couple vehicles twice a day. That come to 72 round trips? You add to that, it's kind of just a numbers game when it comes down to the maintenance. And so that would be the case that I would make, is let us continue to pay for the maintenance that needs to be done for that road without having that extra burden of paying for extra traffic coming from elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'd invite any individual who wishes to speak in favor of consideration of proposal of vacation to approach the lectern. Okay, one last time. Anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of the consideration of proposal for vacation to approach the lectern?
Okay, seeing none, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of proposed vacation to approach the lectern.
My name is Ann Robinson. Tomorrow, my husband and I will be married 60 years, and we've lived at 1923 Grass Creek Road for 47 years. In 1995, and I think the point has been missing about the subject of this petition. In 1995, Vista West One chose to dedicate their roads to the public. They chose. The county accepted that dedication on behalf of the public. For the past 30 years, the public has held the legal right to use those roads. You addressed this issue in October of 2023, and after thoughtful consideration, you wisely denied a petition to take away the public's right to use a portion of Grass Creek Road. We thank you for that. The half-page viewer's report for the current position lacks substance. It was issued 2 days after the viewer was appointed, and it doesn't address the public's interest. At the 2023 hearing, you heard the Grass Creek Road through Vista West 1 at times has been and will be the only access in and out of Vista West 3 for residents and emergency responders. You listened and you denied the petition. The county fire chief at that time said it was extremely important that that access stay open, not just for emergencies. You listened and denied the petition. Commissioner Nicolason laid out a solid basis for you to consider while making your decision. He stated, the bed was made when Vista West 1 dedicated their roads to the public. He asked, should the commissioners take away the right the public was granted in 1995? Should the commissioners take an action that could result in a subdivision that has 2 points of ingress-egress being reduced to 1 and putting them out of compliance with the county's own subdivision regulations? Would this be setting a bad precedent? Would this affect policy? You listened and you denied the petition. Vista West 3, in good faith and at their own expense, installed a fence with a 20-foot gate in July of 2024. 15 months later, Vista West residents are still refusing, as you saw in the picture, to remove their illegal barricades and signs as well, which were constructed years after the roads were dedicated to the public. Proof they have no regard for the law. They have no regard for the health, safety, and welfare of their neighbors, and they have no regard for your previous decision and no regard for the public's longstanding right to use the roads. Nothing has changed. What they say now doesn't matter because they will be different they in another week or a year or 2 years or 10 years. And what they promise today doesn't matter because they won't be they forever. Please, for the greater good, deny the petition and require the owners in Vista West 1 to remove their illegal barricades
Please wrap it
and
up.
signs.
And
I didn't see
your
it.
time.
Thank you.
So, thank you for your time. I do have one question though for you.
Okay.
This is a different petition because all they're doing is requesting to have their roads turn into private, just like Vista West 3 is. So, no, let me finish my question. If that's the case and they agreed to put the gate in there, you're not losing your access. All they're doing is making private. Petition before was to vacate that portion of Grass Creek. It wasn't just to make it private, it was to vacate. This is different. This is just making it private. So why, in a short summary, why shouldn't their roads be able to be private when yours are private?
The petition before actually was just to change the status of 20 feet of Grass Creek Road, beginning at the borderline between the two subdivisions, 20 feet, just to change it to private from public. That's what the petition was. They started out to vacate it, and then they changed it. They amended it to only change, it said to alter the road, and the alteration was specifically stated to change that 20 feet from public to private. When they change the roads to private, you also lose your position to regulate anything that they do on the roads. So we don't have a recourse to come back to you when they decide to close it off. And when it's private, they can also decide
But you do have
to
recourse if we,
vacate it.
depending on what our decision,
It
if we
would,
say that they have to leave a gate in there, then they have to, because that would be our decision. So anyway, you answered my question, so.
but we need the access. Our access doesn't stop right there. Our access has to take us, as required by your regs, to a primary road, which would be Zero Road. So we have to have access to the full road, full Grass Creek Road. And I don't know if you're allowed to take Grass Creek Road out of the equation and make the rest of their roads private, but Vista West 1 depends on you to protect the public's interests that we've had for 30 years to use that road.
Okay, thank you and congratulations on being married that long.
Thank you. It's been rough. No, for him.
All right, those in favor of speaking against vacation, please approach the lectern. Okay, and for the last time, those who wish to speak against the vacation, please approach the lectern.
Commissioner North, may I just clarify one point? Just for the record.
Go ahead.
Oh, I apologize. I don't need to clarify anything.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Helen Osterman. I live at 1895 Willow Creek Road in Vista West 3. I personally don't care if a road is public, private, I don't care. But let's face it, I'm getting old. And there have been times on occasion where the one road that everybody uses in and out of our subdivision has been blocked. Not for long periods of time, but it does happen. And we want the rights to maintain our 2 points of being able to come in and out of our subdivision. And when you use the argument that that's not the way it was, well, that would mean, well, like you can't go in and install a new stop sign on a road because it was having a lot of accidents or something, because that's not the way it was in the past. Or, in the last few years, I've had electrical work at different times, like a new fan put in my house, and now solar system and stuff put in my house. And when they come in, they can't put new electrical stuff into the old codes. They have to update your house to the present code. I don't see, because the people that put the subdivision in had the forethought to make that so that we would have 2 points to go through in and out if we needed it. It would be going backwards, in my opinion, to close it off so that we can't. And to say that they're, they want to be neighborly and they want to help us and they don't want to, block us off. Well, if they didn't want to block us off, they wouldn't have a cable up with a padlock on it. They wouldn't park campers and vehicles there so things can't get through. And that's been done on more than one occasion. So I just want to be able, I don't go out there and ride through. We just as much don't want their four-wheelers and stuff coming ripping through our subdivision or more traffic, because our roads, we've paid to have them paved and they break down and it costs us big bucks to maintain them. And we maintain our roads just like they maintain their roads. We don't want people going through there back and forth. That's part of the reason the road has never been maintained as a thoroughfare, but it was always there in case of an emergency. And that's what we want. We want to be able to get out of our subdivision if we need to, and we can't get out the regular route. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those who wish to speak against? Come up to the lectern, please.
I'm Marv Robinson. I live at 1923 Grass Creek. I'm a regional owner. And I want to read this because I use different language when I don't read. Okay. The general public, including the residents of Vista West 3, have had the legal right to use the road in Vista West 1 for 30 years. The residents of Vista West 3 rely on or legally right to use the Grass Creek Road to maintain compliance with the county subdivision regulations and fire code requiring 2 points of access. The fact that only one home has burned to the ground since we have lived in Vista West 3, this is not the reason for the subdivision regulations or the fire code. The regulations and the codes are there to protect us from what could happen in the future. There have been ads on TV lately saying, when emergencies happen, every second matters because every neighbor matters. I don't think anyone will disagree with that. The residents of Vista 3 heavily rely on legal right to cross the road to Zero Road, cross Grass Creek Road to Zero Road to Vista West 1 as our only way in and out of our subdivision when our only point of access is closed for utilities or road construction or other reasons. So we actually had a head-on collision and it had the road closed for 4 hours on Willow Creek and 6WN, as it happens in the past. The residents of Vista 3 rely on you once again to protect the right we have had for 30 years to use the road in Vista West 1. West 1, and I think that I think you have the right, the results of a poll taken on Vista West 3 homeowners that showed over 97% of the 38 homeowners of Vista 3 who voted are against the petition to take away our legal right to use the roads in Vista West 3. You made the right decision to deny the petition in 23. Our friends, neighbors, and families are relying on you to stand by that decision tonight and deny the petition. And if they're all up for opening that road for us, I don't know why it was padlocked with a cable. I drove through there once and I was told I was trespassing and that was no road. And now they want to say, oh, we won't lock you out. That's not right. We need it open. Two accesses to a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't run into the red.
All right, anyone else that wishes to speak against the vacation? Okay, at this point, I will close the hearing and open it up for commissioner discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for legal.
Okay.
And maybe Mr. Doctor, can confirm this. Are these public roads in Vista West 1, or is it just an easement to the public? What happened in 95? Which is it?
Come
I
on
will
up.
defer
Come on
to
up, Bob.
Mr.
Yeah,
Doctor.
your 3.5 minutes they start again.
Because all I have is the viewer's report knowledge.
This is Bob, the doctor again. These roads are owned currently by the people in Vista West. It's just an easement for the public to travel through our subdivision.
So, and I think there's an important difference, because I think that if these are actually owned, that is fee title to the roads, to the public, then we have some statutes that say not only what the process is, but who gets the dirt, who will become the new owners of the dirt. And in general, it's split in half, right down the center line, and each half goes to the adjacent property owner. In this case, the request is for a vacation of that dedication of easement.
Yes, sir.
And our council, I think we need to be sure on that. Not that I don't trust Mr. Doctor, but I think that this would be pretty critical to be certain of. So I guess with the viewer having gone down the path and with us gone as far as we have, are we confident that this is correct? These are the correct facts?
I, in this position, because I wasn't here before, and this is the information we have, rely on, of course, the petitioner, public comment, and then the viewer's report. The viewer is a disinterested individual. He takes an oath to be, he or she, I guess, takes an oath to be disinterested. So I have no reason to believe the viewer is not credible and reliable.
Council, one other question. If we, Mr. Doctor, did you have a response to that? Or?
Yes, please. If I can follow up. This started off kind of as a mess with the previous viewer. Nobody knew if we were supposed to use the word vacate, abandon. It was just a mess. And so I think that was the biggest part of the confusion here. And even Commissioner North just mentioned that we wanted to vacate that so it's no longer a road. That's not what we were asking to do. We just wanted it to be private so that we could control unlimited access through our subdivision, which is what we're asking you to do now. It's no different than how these roads were when they were first put in to begin with. So does that
Yes,
help, sir?
thank you. And council, my other question is, if the commission did decide to vacate whatever interest in the roads it has, can we still reserve an easement along Grass Creek Road till it meets Zero Road for the purposes of emergency ingress and egress as determined by some county official?
Yes.
I don't know if you have thoughts on that idea of the vacation, but a reservation if determined in an emergency.
Yes, sir. We do have reservations there because then it becomes a routine public thoroughfare. And we've already discussed that many subdivisions have just one access point. And in effect, Vista West 3 has had just one access point. We worked with them. That fence that's been up there forever was a joint effort by both of our boards. This was not something that an individual owner took upon himself. We've been in agreement about that barrier for years. And then it's obvious because Vista West 3 just put up another barrier to us now. So,
And I wanted to
Yes,
clarify,
sir.
just to make sure you understand my question to council, which was, that could be a locked gate. But the determination of an emergency is by the county, not by Vista West anybody. Somebody gets in touch with, maybe it's Road and Bridge, maybe it's the sheriff, and that's the concept. Not, and otherwise it's locked, the gate.
yes, sir, that actually sounds like a great idea. We talked about doing this the last time. And I've told the Vista West Board, Wayne Strozzi, their current president, just 2 days ago, you know, and we've told you this, that if you ever have to get out of there in an emergency, we are happy to open our gate for you. And if that becomes a condition of this, we're fine with that, because we do want to help our neighbors, but we just don't need them up and down our roads every day. And that's really what this boils down to. Thank you.
Commissioner Laird.
When I hear this is a lawyer mind speaking. I hear it's really a control of an intersection. That's what I hear. Well, you don't want, and I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to listen to the teenagers going through there. I probably drew through there when I was a teenager. Maybe it wasn't in existence then, probably. But isn't that really it? It's the control of who goes through there. You don't care if the Vista West 3 people go through there. You just don't want what's been happening with these off-road vehicles and the noise and everything, and I can appreciate that.
Well, frankly, we don't need the Vista West 3 people coming through our neighborhood on a routine basis. If there's an emergency and they really need to get through there,
The big deal is street control, and then you also want to control it if you don't like somebody from Vista West 3, you don't want him to come through there? Is that what you're telling me?
correct. It's not,
Now that
we
takes
just
it
don't
too-
want that to
that
be a
takes it
public
too
road.
far for me. That takes it too far for me. I can get the idea of putting up a gate that they can get through and that the fire department can get through. But if you change the status of that road sometime along the way, Mr. Nicolais and I are both concerned about the legality of what you do years down the road. If you hadn't have ever changed it, and it was always a private road, then everybody would have lived with whatever you guys did with it. I also see that the people who created those Vista West didn't take very good care of the folks who were buying houses by not getting this thing straightened out when you bought a house out there. Because I can see Miss Robbins' argument about, two ways of getting in and out of there. And I don't think you ought to be able to tell people that if they live there, that you don't want them coming down your street. I mean, do you go down Vista West 3 streets?
No, sir, we do not, because I'm
Ever
not
get on
gonna,
them or anything?
because that's a private road.
But do
And
you
I
ever
have
drive on
friends
it?
living on that road. I do not want the dust in their neighborhood either. And I think we've established that the law does not require two
Well,
points of access.
I hear you
to the
about the
subdivision.
problem with the troublesome drivers. I don't think Ms. Robinson is gonna cause you that kind of trouble, personally. But I do think that you need to control that somehow. And so I hear our fire department guy saying that he sees that would work out if you really abide by it. Now, I think I would vote to put it back in your hands, but I want something that sticks, that if I hear these people come in here and say they couldn't get out of there, or they got hung up, or somebody died because the fire department couldn't get in there, I really wouldn't like that at all as a commissioner if that happened. And so that's how I'm feeling about it. And I don't know if we really understand the law here. I don't understand the law where it might have been once private, and now it became public, but maybe it's still private and it's an easement in there that was granted. A lot of that stuff should be in writing. If it's not in writing, then time is a problem.
That old document.
I'm just disturbed that y'all can't make a deal here. And I tried it last time and the deal didn't get made. There's gonna be a vote tonight on this. And so
We believe.
somebody will be happy, somebody won't be.
The residents of Vista West 3 have every right to prevent us from accessing their subdivision at any time.
That's never come up.
That's what this really is about, because we don't have the same right that all the other subdivisions around us
That's up
have.
to your subdividers. They're the ones who bungle that, not the people who live out there. You're an innocent person, they're innocent people. I'm just trying to get to the heart of the beast and try to solve the heart of the beast, and I think the commissioner's gonna solve the heart of the beast tonight. I don't have anything else.
Commissioner Milne.
Wake up. It's almost burrito time.
Sleep dolls.
You were asleep when you came in. What are you talking about?
Anyways, this would be a question for the county attorney.
Bob, you can, do you need anything? Bob?
No, thank
Okay,
you.
Bob, you
Thank
can-
you. And
thank
we're all
you.
Which
missing,
might sit up closer.
we're all missing happy hour.
Oh, that's long over, I think. Yes, sir.
Commissioner
Okay.
Milne.
Question.
Public comments, public comments over unless we specifically request somebody to come up, so.
Let her come up with this. Get it on your systems. Get it on your systems. Have her come up. Seriously. Come on up, Miss Robinson.
Okay.
Take 1 minute to say it though, will you?
Okay, on the agenda, it says that you are considering, okay, the resolution. The resolution from 1995 is in the packet of stuff you have, and it doesn't mention easement whatsoever. When Vista West 1 dedicated their roads to public use, not an easement, their roads to public use, the Natrona County Commissioners accepted that dedication on behalf of the public, and they did it in a resolution. Both of those documents are in the information you have in your possession that was submitted to you from various people. But the legal department should have that for sure. And it's also maybe in the viewer's report because maybe Vista West 1 didn't include their original petition to make the roads public. Maybe they didn't include that in their packet. They should have, because they're asking you to rescind that. But it is in your possession. It's a resolution that was passed submitted in April 1995 by Vista West 1 on their own choice to change their roads to public, not easement, roads to public access, public use.
I got that. Now,
Okay.
all I can say, lawyer, is, in America, do you have a right to change your mind? When the times change,
It
the
depends
products
on
change, where you
who,
got people running cars through there and kicking dirt up all over the place, they're just trying to protect themselves.
with a gate, that's not happening and the gate's there, but
Yes, that's what they're saying, if I hear them.
No,
I hear
but
what you're saying.
it
and I'm just
depends.
saying, if they had the right to make it public, now they don't want it public anymore, why can't they take it back?
What if you lived somewhere where you received that permission legally to have an access road from your place to another place, and you had that for 30 years? Can that person who granted that access to you take it back.
There's the question.
They
That's the
can't.
question I want an answer to.
Yeah, they
I want to know
can't.
if they're in their legal rights to do that, and I got a county attorney over there, I hope who can answer it.
And,
I didn't research the legality of this.
well, Commissioner Nicolason laid it out very well at the last
He's
hearing.
pretty sharp on this stuff, so
He
I'm
did
sure
at
he'll.
the last hearing, that it was granted to the public. Don't let them take it back. We've had
But
it
the
for
issue
30
is
years.
this we're crazy driving and all this. Nobody wants to. live
It's
around-
not happening.
I drove out there, he and I drove out there, we saw what was going on, so we understand. I get it. It's good to have another exit. Now, do these people have the right legally to change their mind?
And
it's
put us
binding
out of
on us
compliance.
to do it for them? That's the question. You can't answer for me, but she's gonna answer it.
But it's in the
That's it.
documents.
That's all I'm
It's in
telling
the
you.
documents.
I've heard you.
Thank you.
And
All right.
unless somebody has a law degree, I don't want to hear any more about it. I'm gonna try to find out the legal answer.
Okay,
That doesn't work.
okay. All right, any other commissioner comments? Okay, what, legal, Madam
Yeah.
Attorney?
Thank you. I just want to sort of, what I hear everyone saying to make sure that everyone's on the same page. Okay, so our office received the petition to vacate the roads back to private. We followed, that petition was followed, everything procedurally was followed. Now, at this hearing is the first I am hearing about a specific easement. And because of that, I started looking through the older information that the county received with the 2023 petition. So while I was not personally involved with that, now it's not a resolution from the BOCC. It's a resolution, well, it's more like a deed, maybe. It's not exactly a resolution, but in any event, that was submitted in the prior process in 2023 from the Vista West Homeowners Association on Fiddler Creek. This was in August of 1995. It was filed with our then county clerk, and apparently they held a special meeting for voting on the issue of dedicating the roads in Vista West 1 to the public in 1995. The document goes on to state they held a vote, and therefore it shall be declared, recorded, and published that the roads in Vista West 1 are dedicated to the public. So because I was not aware, necessarily knew of an easement possible problem, I did not research that prior. But what I find in the documents from the 2023 petition happens to be that document was filed.
So I have a question.
Yes.
If they give it to the public, does the public own the road then? Who actually owns it?
I mean, I guess it's splitting hairs with definitions of public versus the people that, we're splitting hairs with that definition. And
The public doesn't own it, they just have a right to use it.
yes,
So the people that owned it originally and it's set up by their houses, can they decide we want to change it now because it isn't working for us?
there's nothing in the statutes preventing, say, Vista West 1 from now wanting to, I guess, switch the road back, so to speak.
So whatever we do with it is, if we want to give it back to them, we have legal authority to do that?
Yes, the only concern I have is I do not know off the top of my head the subdivision regulations such as Sabrina may, right? I can't possibly. However, in looking at, assuming it's the most recent online, I'm not saying it's not, there is a section that does address this. What I'm wondering and curious of is if there's any sort of grandfathering in clauses. And maybe individuals who know about the subdivision regulations
Well-
more than I do.
One thing that we just approved is a subdivision with only one legal access.
Okay, so this must not be the updated.
Because the one that we just approved up on the mountain has one legal access.
Okay.
it does have another access, but that access is not, our egress, but it's not something that they can use on a regular basis. And we did just approve that.
Okay.
So, okay, Commissioner Coates?
So the intent of subdivision regulations is generally forward-looking
Sure.
and modifying. So we aren't really modifying or adding anything here. And section 9 of the roads and access says the applicant may be required. So
Yes.
there is no shalls here. So its applicability, I guess, is diminished in my eyes as far as this particular matter. So I don't think it has a lot of bearing.
I would agree. And when I looked at that, it said that this is just for the record, the 2021 revised version. So you are correct. It says May.
Okay.
That-
Well, I was
No,
hoping Mr. Nicolason had a comment or two.
All right, so,
And my other comment to all y'all, whatever we decide, you can always appeal it to the district court. You gotta go hire your own lawyer, pay your own fees, and we may make the wrong decision legally. Hope we don't, but it is an issue. And there's a lot of things that go into these land deals, especially when time goes by and all of this. But we're gonna make a decision, I have a feeling tonight, but I just want you all to know that you probably have about some time after that to appeal it to the district court if you don't like it. So you'll have to hire your own lawyer and pay your own attorney's fees. Go ahead.
Commissioner Mellon.
Finally, my turn.
Your turn again. Yeah.
So, a lot of my questions were answered. I just want to reconfirm,
Sure.
there is nothing legally binding where we have to make a decision one way or the other. Correct? There is no statute,
That
no
is correct,
regulation.
sir. However, I would
Jimmy
encourage
Cable.
decisions to be made because sometimes others involved are left lingering and frustrated.
Exactly.
So that's up to you all, of course.
Right. So, we should use a subdivision, the may. We do not have to, it's not a shall. We have a viewer's report in front of us with recommendations.
We do.
With that being said, this is Solomon's baby. I mean, we got one group that's gonna be mad one way and one
Right.
group that's mad another way. So that's where we're at, but legally, we're good. Okay.
I believe based off, again, I hadn't done
Nothing saying
extensive.
that we have to,
There is not.
Do our duty.
I'm just stretching this out so Dallas can't have this.
Right. So,
Okay, thank you. That's
yeah.
all I need.
Or we could do nothing and just let you people battle it out for time immemorial. That's another way of doing it.
Okay. Commissioner
I would
Nicolason-
recommend against that.
Commissioner Nicolason has.
No matter what happens, someone will be unhappy, and
Later.
that's just the way these decisions are.
Later. Commissioner Nicolason has been called on. He has the tape.
Mr. Chairman, are we ready for a motion?
I am.
I would like to make a motion to vacate the roads in Vista West 1, provided that the county reserves a perpetual easement along Grass Creek Road of an appropriate width for purposes of emergency ingress and egress as determined by the Natrona County Emergency Director. What's the title?
Emergency
No,
Management Agency?
Emergency.
Emergency management.
How about,
Or
how
her
about,
designee.
how about the
District
fire chief? County fire chief
both?
also can
Sure.
tell you exactly what it is.
The only, and maybe this is more for discussion, the only concern is if it's not a fire type matter.
Right.
But still an emergency.
Still the same rules
So
apply.
maybe I'll just say, as determined by an authorized county official.
That's second.
I can read that back to you if you need.
You probably should.
You're
Okay,
good?
you got it?
Okay, you are good.
Jim, Commissioner Milne seconded it.
I have discussion when we're ready for that.
Yeah, all right, well, let's have a discussion before we vote.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's go ahead and have Commissioner Coates.
So my discussion is I'd like to ensure that this vacation returns to the Vista West Homeowners Association as our intent is. Is that what we are intending?
My motion was not clear on that intentionally because I think that if it is, if one statute that I know exists applies, then it does go to the adjacent landowners. And so my preference would be that it goes to the HOA. But I want to make sure that would be lawful.
Okay. And yeah, the only addition to this is I'm inclined to vote for this, because this is, equitable in the nature between Vista West 1 and Vista West 3. This is one of those things that, sometimes private rights should be considered, and this is where I'm going to err on the side of those.
Any other discussion?
It's gonna be short. So this is gonna pass. I can tell you, I'm not gonna be happy if I hear Vista West 3 people can't get through there in emergencies and stuff like that. Because I'm looking at Mr. Doctor, and he's the one that will irritate me if there's any kind of retribution on anybody. There's your neighbors, for crying out loud, for years and years and years. And I was hoping I thought this thing had been settled. It's like deja vu all over again here. But the fact that the road is by your houses, it's in Vista West 1, that tells me that I should leave it to you all to run your own ship. You should be kind to people, and if those fire departments and stuff can't get in there, they're going to go through that fence with a blade, and you won't, there won't be another one put up there. That's my feeling about the whole deal. And if these teenagers are doing all of that, the sheriff, we got to figure out why the sheriff can't. Well, they do it and they're gone. They can't find them. They don't have a license plate. And so I'm glad they didn't catch me either when I was a teenager doing that. So you're all good people. That's what bothers me about this deal. You're my friends and neighbors. Hell, I know most of you. I think even one or two of you voted for me. So I don't like making these decisions. I don't think any of these gentlemen like making these kind of decisions where there can't be a deal between the people. We're Wyomingites, for Christ's sake. You're right. You are short. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming in.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Nick Lacy.
The dedication, in my view, provided members of the public an interest in utilizing the roads in Vista West 1. And the members of the public include those, and I think mostly would be thought of as the folks in Vista West 3 and other neighbors in other subdivisions. But I think that what we, or at least I'm trying to do tonight, is balance the interests, and I think we've preserved the right of the public via a declaration there's an emergency to protect those people in Vista West 3. And I think that what I heard through all of this, both times, was that it's really those emergency situations that people are most concerned with. And so that's what I think we're trying to address, and that's why I'm going to vote in favor of the motion.
I just want to make one comment. I apologize for using the Lord's name in vain. Sorry.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. If we don't have any other discussion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, at this point in time, we're gonna go through commissioner comments. Jim, have you got any? Okay. Peter, have you got any? Commissioner comments? Casey, have you got any? Oh, two.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's been a long night. Just reporting what we've seen in a letter, that the Natrona County Health Department building project is still under budget and ahead of schedule. That the Casper Mountain Trail Center, also known as the Nordic Lodge, there'll be a grand opening up there on Saturday at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Commissioner Coates,
No comments tonight.
Commissioner Laird,
No further comment.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Mel, go ahead.
The report on the health department did remind me of something. The fairgrounds grandstand, it is coming in under 500,000, which was the budget, so that's a good thing as well.
Okay. All right, I'm just gonna read something real quick. It says true strength isn't proven in arguments or applause. It's revealed when no one is watching. When compassion outweighs ego, helping those who once opposed you isn't weakness, it's courage. And in the divided world, those quiet acts of mercy echo the loudest. Those were words of Charlie Kirk, and I believe that they're accurate to all of us. And, and that's what we do. Oh, I guess we do need to have public comment if there is any.
Yes, Commissioner North, there's at least one public comment
Okay.
waiting.
All right,
Thank you.
come on up. Is this on?
My name is Woody Giles, 290 East Magnolia. If I could, I have it's a cover sheet and just some pictures. If I could have somebody distribute them, you can give one to the county attorney. I live on a gravel road. It's straight east of Paradise Valley School. It's a county road. I don't know if you've been in the Platte River Trail. It runs right alongside the road. And that's, I have a sidewalk. But the Platte River Parkway is 2 feet away from the gravel road. And for 20 years, well, we were told a long time, I've been there since 1991, about almost 35 years. And it was a county road, and then at some point later, they said it was a private road with public access. And okay. And then they put in the parkway, and the county hasn't maintained it or plowed it or anything for over 30 years. I mean, we take care of it ourselves. There was a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit sign is about 200 yards in from the start of the road, which is kind of a silly place to put a speed limit sign. But it's 20 mile an hour. It's been there for, I don't know, 15 years or 20. I don't know. It's a long time. And this last year, there's more traffic on the gravel road and dirt and dust. You all know about that. And also more people using the parkway. And it's really aggravating to have dust in my house. It's even more aggravating to see people speed by with some lady pushing a baby cart down the road and she gets buried in dust. I mean, it's no respect. So about a month ago, me and a neighbor, we decided there's 17 property owners that are associated with this. At least 14 of them would like to see the speeds reduced, the dust. Two don't like the idea. So me and the neighbor, we bought some signs. You can see the back pictures of the signs we put, back page and second to last. They're official looking signs, and we posted them at the beginning of the road, so you see them when you come in. And then two neighbors saw us doing it and rushed down. Oh, you can't do that. Call the cops, call the sheriffs. Sheriff deputy came, and long story short, he says that I own to the center of the road and I can put signs whatever I want. Well, but he said I can't enforce them. And so what good is a sign if it's not enforceable? So I came down here and I talked to the county attorney and said, what would it take to make them enforceable? And she said, I don't know, we'll work on it. And she has a busy job. And so she called me up and said, well, if all the neighbors would deed our land back to the county, because I own, that, and I said, that's not right. There's something wrong here. So she said, well, let me do some more research. And I got a letter about a month ago that says, it's a county road and speed limits to the county apply. And so I said, well, so they told the two neighbors, said, well, there's no speed limit. So now the official speed limit is 50 miles an hour, which just made it worse, So my only goal is to make the signs official. I don't expect sheriffs to come out there and sit and do it. I don't want any of that. I just want you to say the signs are official. The speed limit is 15 miles an hour. And maybe their head will say, well, maybe we better calm down a little bit. And you see the pictures of the second pictures is where bollards used to be, but a car took them out. And further down the road, cars took them out. And in the wintertime, the kids and everybody likes it. It's a gravel road. It's a playground, four-wheelers, side-by-side. You know all about that stuff. So I just like the signs to be official, 15 mile an hour. And then if you say, yeah, then I'll tell everybody, hey, the signs are official. You can get a ticket if the cop ever catches you. And that's all I'm asking for. We plow it, we maintain. We just put like 3 semi-loads and 2 big dump truck loads of road base and plowed it. And I got a tractor and a road land plane and I graded. And, it's, I just like to see a little neighborly respect. Nothing fancy. That's all I got.
May I ask you a question real quick?
Yes.
And this is for county attorney too. You're in the county.
Yes.
But
surrounded by the city.
Yeah, I know. And one of the things that bothers me about this is that Ms. Spears requested the city change that. Well, the city doesn't have anything to do with the county. They don't have the authorization to do that.
I contacted her, and I contacted the board member that's on the board, is Charlie Powell, because I know Charlie.
Yeah.
And I explained to him, and he says, yeah, we'll do this and do that, and I did it. And I emailed or something, or I talked to Shari, her assistant that rides back and forth in a cart. And I says, could you give me a piece of paper that says you support this and that? And that's what I got. I think she thinks that this road is in the city.
Yeah, and it's not.
Well,
yeah,
but
I know it's.
But you can see the intent.
Yeah, my question is that, Lita, do you know if this is actually a county road or is it just a road in the county?
Yes, it's.
Okay, let me,
There's a big difference between the two.
I can put some context to this.
Okay.
I myself, as well as Ashley, did work with Mr. Giles on this issue. For whatever reason, I don't know. The information he was given prior was not correct. I don't know why I wasn't there. However, my office specifically researched this issue when he brought it to our attention. And they actually are, and of course I didn't bring the file because I didn't know that this was coming up, but they actually are dedicated county roads. They are county roads. Now, I don't recall the exact words of the letter that Ms. Smith sent you. I remember looking at it, but I recall that our suggestion was to contact Mr. Hagler at Road and Bridge Or you'll have to remind me. I just can't
I
remember all the
have
roads.
talked to him.
And
Yes.
and Mike can put a lower speed limit sign on, just like we
Yes.
did in other locations, if he designates that. So,
Well, we put in 4 signs.
yeah, but I mean, Mike can actually authorize that because he has the authority to do that as with the road and bridge.
I think when Mr. Giles and whomever put up the signs, in all fairness, they were under the impression it was a private road.
Yes.
But now we know it's not. We have all the documentation. We've researched it.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's not. So
So,
did you speak with Mr. Hagler about this?
I have talked to him before. I talked to you
Sure.
about something. I don't even remember the conversation. I'm starting to get old, and so, but
That's
I
no
mean,
excuse.
well, I'm going to be 83 soon, so, and that's getting close.
he's not far behind you.
So, but all I'm asking for is that the signs be official, so I tell everybody so they know that if they get caught from the sheriff who is never there, but it's a mental thing.
Have him put 15-mile-per-hour signs up there, they're gonna be enforced by the sheriff.
Well, if I ask him to do that,
It isn't up to him, it's up to us to put the signs.
okay, if you want to put, well, would you like to put some signs?
Say tonight, but
But-
we'll talk it over.
Okay, but,
Sounds like a good idea to me.
yeah, and so,
Call for you tonight.
but you see the picture of the cars going, and there's you seen the ones where the bullards are knocked down, and there's
Got it.
Yeah.
Got what you're saying.
a lot of near misses.
How you have to change it.
Later,
You
I need
can't put up
to
signs
get
that
with you
restrict
on some of
speed,
this.
Yeah,
and then the
Okay.
sheriff will go enforce it.
okay.
Okay, so Commissioner North.
I'll get with you
Sure.
on some other thing. Looking at these pictures, I see some other, if that's truly a county road, I see
Sure.
some other potential
That is a
problems that
county
we have.
Well,
Yes.
It's
I
a
mean-
county road.
we've researched it, but if you have other information,
Travel and all that.
And
I think
the
it's a
width
good idea. to
And the
do it
width, the
that way.
shoulders, the
Yeah.
whole 9
Yeah.
yards.
So-
Plus,
Yeah.
plus if
Now I'm going
he
home.
likes doing mag on stretches of
Well,
road.
I've been here as long as you have.
It's right next to a path.
6:30
So,
this afternoon.
Yes.
It's a mag it as well.
So, anyway, okay,
sure. And the concern with the trail or
there you go.
that was also brought up to my office when we spoke with Mr. Giles. So we're aware of this.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Sure.
I will also,
Tell my
I will
neighbors.
also follow up with Mr. Hagler on,
Okay.
and, because like I said, there's some other things that, looking at that, the pictures, I'm gonna make it a point to drive down your road tomorrow, take a look at it, because.
I
there's
live
some
right
other-
at the intersection of Tulip and Magnolia. I have a greenhouse in my, if you'd like to have me show
I
you.
know exactly where it is. I know where that road is, but anyway, I will personally drive down that road tomorrow and I will, take a look and see, because there are some things, looking at the pictures, that I had some questions about. So, anyway, I appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Is there anything I can tell my neighbors about the results of today?
You talk to us.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Is there any other public comment for tonight?
I learned a little something today. I used to spend a lot of time at city council meetings.
I remember you.
Yeah, I'm
So.
a troublemaker.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
me.
You have
Well-
a right. You're almost 83, you make all the trouble you want. I'll be behind you.
If we don't have any other public comment, we've already done commissioner comment. I adjourn this meeting.